eyes. Today, I will make you fall asleep to whole story of Silk Road. But before we begin, let me know where and when are you guys watching this video from in the comments section below. Let's start our sleepy journey. The evening light was fading over the rooftops of a town whose name has long since been forgotten, though its stones remember the tread of countless feet. The streets, narrow and winding, were beginning to settle into the soft amber glow of candles being lit behind wooden shutters. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tower marked the hour, its bronze voice rolling across the tiles and timber like a slow wave upon a shore. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin, twisting columns, carrying with it the scent of hearth fires and cooking pots, of wood smoke and damp wool, of bread baking in communal ovens, and herbs drying in kitchen rafters. The air itself seemed to thicken with the approach of night, and the sounds of the day, the hammering of smithies, the calls of merchants, the clatter of cart wheels over cobblestones, began to subside into a quieter rhythm. Dogs barked at shadows. Children were called inside by voices that echoed off stone walls. The great iron-bound doors of the town gates were pulled shut with a groan that spoke of centuries. This was the medieval world at its most intimate hour, when the business of survival gave way to the quieter business of being human. And it was in these hours, in the candlelit interiors of houses, both great and humble, that people turned their attention to the most personal of concerns: their own faces, their own bodies, their own appearance in the eyes of others. Beauty in the medieval imagination was never a simple matter. It was not merely a question of symmetry or proportion, though those things mattered greatly. It was not only a reflection of youth or health, though those too were prized. Beauty was a language, a code, a visible inscription of invisible truths. To be beautiful was to be good. To be beautiful was to be blessed. To be beautiful was to be seen as worthy of admiration, of love, of social standing, even of salvation. And yet, for all its importance, beauty in the Middle Ages was also deeply contested, endlessly debated, and perpetually redefined. What one century celebrated, the next might condemn. What one region adored, another might regard with suspicion. What the wealthy could afford, the poor could only dream of. The medieval world did not possess a single definition of beauty. It possessed thousands. Imagine for a moment that you could step into one of those candlelit rooms. The walls are of rough plaster, whitewashed or perhaps tinted with ochre, and the floor is of beaten earth or worn stone. A fire crackles in the central hearth, its flames casting dancing shadows across the faces of those gathered around it. In one corner, a wooden chest contains the family's most precious possessions: a length of scarlet wool, a silver brooch, a small mirror of polished metal. On a shelf near the window, a clay pot holds a salve made of rosewater and almond oil. prepared according to a recipe passed down through generations. A wooden comb, its teeth worn smooth by years of use, rests beside a bundle of linen strips used for binding the hair. These are not merely objects. They are tools of transformation, instruments through which ordinary people sought to become, if only for a moment, something closer to their ideal selves. The medieval world was not indifferent to appearance. On the contrary, it was obsessed with it. But the nature of that obsession, its forms and its meanings, was shaped by forces that modern eyes can scarcely perceive without effort. The first and most fundamental of these forces was the relationship between beauty and social status. In a world where most people labored with their hands, where the sun burned the skin of those who worked the fields, where the wind and rain left their marks on the faces of travelers and peasants alike, a pale complexion was not merely desirable, it was a privilege. To have skin that remained white, untouched by the sun, was to announce to the world that one did not need to work outdoors. It was a sign of leisure, of wealth, of noble birth. This ideal was not unique to medieval Europe. It had deep roots in the ancient world and would persist for centuries to come. But in the Middle Ages, it took on a particularly powerful significance. The pale skin of the aristocracy was contrasted with the weather-beaten faces of the laboring classes, and this contrast was understood not merely as a matter of aesthetics, but as a reflection of the natural order of society. The whiteness of the skin was a visible marker of the whiteness of the soul, its purity, its freedom from the stains of earthly toil. This was not, of course, a universal or absolute standard. In different regions and different periods, other ideals competed for attention. But the association between pale skin and high status was one of the most enduring features of medieval beauty. This ideal was reinforced by the medical theories of the time, which drew heavily on the ancient writings of Galen and Hippocrates. According to the humoral theory that dominated medieval medicine, the body was composed of 4 fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, whose balance determined a person's health, temperament, and even their physical appearance. The ideal complexion, known as asterisk complexio equalis, was one in which these humors were perfectly balanced, producing a skin that was neither too pale nor too dark, neither too dry nor too moist, but luminous and clear. This was the complexion of the healthy, the virtuous, the well-born. It was also, not coincidentally, the complexion that artists and poets most often attributed to their heroines and heroes. In the great paintings of the late medieval period, from the Wilton diptych to the works of the Italian masters, the figures who embody beauty and sanctity are almost invariably depicted with pale skin and fair hair. This was not a matter of simple realism. It was a symbolic language, a way of conveying spiritual and social worth through the medium of the body. But beauty was not confined to the complexion. The face itself was a canvas upon which ideals were painted, and every feature had its own significance. The forehead, in particular, was a focus of intense attention. In many periods, a high, broad forehead was considered the mark of a beautiful woman, and women went to considerable lengths to achieve this effect. Eyebrows were plucked or shaved to create a higher hairline, and hair was often pulled back tightly from the face to emphasize the forehead's expanse. This fashion, which may seem strange to modern eyes, was rooted in the same ideals of clarity and proportion that governed medieval aesthetics more broadly. The forehead was seen as a window to the intellect, and a high forehead was associated with wisdom and nobility. Similarly, the eyebrows were expected to be thin and well-defined, arching gracefully above the eyes without overwhelming them. The eyes themselves were prized for their brightness and clarity. They were often described in poetry as sparkling like stars or gleaming like precious stones. In the literature of the period, beautiful eyes are almost invariably light in color, blue, gray, or green, and they are said to shine with an inner light that reflects the purity of the soul. The hair, too, was a powerful signifier. In a society where head coverings were the norm for married women, and for those in religious life, the hair that was visible carried enormous symbolic weight. Young, unmarried women might wear their hair loose and uncovered as a sign of their virginity and availability, while married women were expected to cover their hair as a mark of their modesty and their submission to their husbands. The nature of the hair itself was also significant. Blonde hair was often idealized in poetry and art, associated with youth, innocence, and beauty. In the asterisk romance of the Rose Asterisk, one of the most influential works of medieval literature, the beloved is described as having hair that is neither dark nor brown, but bright, like gold. This ideal was not universal in some regions. Darker hair was preferred, and red hair, while sometimes admired for its rarity, was also associated with a quick temper and even with moral deviousness. But across much of medieval Europe, fair hair was the standard against which other colors were measured. This preference was not merely aesthetic. It was also, like the preference for pale skin, bound up with questions of status and ethnicity. Fair hair and pale skin were associated with the peoples of Northern Europe, and as such, they carried connotations of nobility and purity that darker features did not. This is not to say that people with darker hair or skin were considered ugly, merely that the dominant ideals of beauty, shaped as they were by the powerful and the privileged, tended to reflect the characteristics of those who held power. The body itself, beyond the face and hair, was subject to its own set of ideals. these ideals were not uniform across time or place. In some periods, a slender, graceful figure was prized, while in others, a fuller form was seen as a sign of health, fertility, and prosperity. The medieval understanding of the body was deeply influenced by the same humoral theory that governed ideas about complexion. A well-proportioned body was one in which the humors were in balance, and this balance was thought to be reflected in the body's shape and size. The ideal woman, according to many medieval writers, was neither too tall nor too short, neither too thin nor too fat, but possessed of a moderate, harmonious form. Her breasts, in particular, were the subject of much attention. They were expected to be of moderate size and firmness, neither too large nor too small. The ideal man, by contrast, was praised for his strength and virility, for broad shoulders and a powerful build. But these ideals were not static. In the early Middle Ages, when warfare and physical labor were central to masculine identity, a powerful, muscular body was highly valued. In the later Middle Ages, as courtly culture became more influential, a more refined, graceful male ideal emerged, one that shared some of the qualities traditionally associated with women. The young lovers of medieval romance are often described in terms that would apply equally to women. They have fair skin, shining eyes, and beautiful hair. Mature men, however, are praised for different qualities, for their strength, their wisdom, their commanding presence. Age, in other words, was as important as gender in determining what was considered beautiful. This brings us to a crucial point. Beauty in the Middle Ages was not a single, stable ideal, but a fluid and contested concept shaped by a multitude of factors. The century mattered. The region mattered. The social class of the observer and the observed mattered. The religious context mattered. The availability of certain materials of dyes, of fabrics, of cosmetics mattered. And perhaps most importantly, the purpose of the beauty, the context in which it was displayed, mattered enormously. A beautiful woman in a courtly romance was not the same as a beautiful woman in a peasant village. A beautiful saint was not the same as a beautiful sinner. The beauty of the Virgin Mary, revered and adored, was a beauty of purity and holiness, a beauty that transcended the physical and pointed toward the divine. The beauty of Eve, by contrast, was a dangerous beauty, a beauty that led to the fall of mankind. The same features that were praised in one context could be condemned in another. The same woman who was admired for her fair skin and golden hair could be accused of vanity and pride if she spent too much time cultivating those attributes. The tension between the celebration of beauty and the condemnation of vanity was one of the defining features of medieval culture. On the one hand, the physical world was seen as a reflection of the divine, and beauty was understood as a participation in God's own beauty. On the other hand, the flesh was seen as a source of temptation, a distraction from the spiritual life, and an excessive concern with appearance was denounced as sinful. This ambivalence is evident throughout medieval literature and art. Poets praised the beauty of their beloveds in lavish terms, while moralists warned against the dangers of such praise. Clerics condemned the use of cosmetics and elaborate hairstyles, while medical handbooks offered recipes for improving the complexion and dyeing the hair. The same culture that produced the exquisite illuminations of the Tres Riches Juras asterisk, with its depictions of elegant nobles in sumptuous clothing, also produced sermons denouncing the vanity of fine dress and the sin of pride. This was not a contradiction, but a tension, a productive and creative tension that shaped the way medieval people thought about their bodies and their appearance. Beauty was a gift from God, but it was also a trap. It was a sign of virtue, but it could also be a mask for vice. It was to be admired, but it was not to be trusted. This ambivalence is particularly evident in the treatment of cosmetics. The use of makeup and other beauty aids was widespread in the medieval world, especially among women of the upper classes. Recipes for cosmetics survive in numerous medical and household manuscripts, offering instructions for everything from whitening the skin to reddening the lips to dyeing the hair. These recipes were often based on natural ingredients, on roses, violets, lilies, and other flowers, on herbs and spices, on animal fats and beeswax. The line between cosmetics and medicine was blurred. Many of the same preparations that were used to improve the appearance were also believed to have healing properties. The use of cosmetics was thus not simply a matter of vanity, but was often framed as a matter of health and well-being. And yet, despite this practical justification, the use of cosmetics was frequently condemned by moralists. To alter one's appearance, to paint one's face, or dye one's hair was seen as a form of deception, a way of misleading others about one's true nature. It was associated with prostitution, with seduction, with the wiles of women who sought to trap men through false appearances. The same culture that valued pale skin and rosy cheeks also condemned the means by which those attributes were achieved. The beautiful woman, it seems, was expected to be beautiful naturally, without artifice. But the standards of beauty were such that few women could meet them without some form of assistance. This paradox, this impossible demand, was a source of anxiety and frustration for medieval women, as it has been for women in many other times and places. The same tension applied to clothing. The medieval wardrobe was a complex system of signs, a visual language through which individuals communicated their identity, their status, their wealth, and their values. The fabrics one wore, the colors one chose, the cut and style of one's garments all of these carried meaning. Wool was the most common fabric, worn by people of all classes, but the quality of the wool varied enormously. The finest wool, soft and finely woven, was reserved for the wealthy, while the coarser, heavier wools were worn by peasants and laborers. Linen was used for undergarments and for the veils and head coverings worn by women. Silk was a luxury, imported from the East at great expense, and was worn only by the richest and most powerful. Gold thread woven into cloth was the ultimate status symbol, a fabric that literally glittered with wealth. The colors of clothing were equally significant. Bright colors, crimson, blue, green, purple, were highly prized and expensive to produce. They were the colors of the aristocracy, of the church, of the wealthy merchant class. Dull colors, brown, gray, undyed wool, were the colors of the poor. Sumptuary laws, enacted in many medieval cities, sought to enforce these distinctions, prohibiting people of lower status from wearing the fabrics and colors reserved for their superiors. These laws were not always strictly enforced, but they testify to the importance that medieval society placed on clothing as a marker of social identity. To dress above one's station was not merely a fashion faux pas, it was a threat to the social order. But clothing was not merely a matter of status. It was also a matter of beauty. The cut and fit of a garment, the way it draped over the body, the way it moved with the wearer, these were all considerations that mattered deeply to medieval people. In the later Middle Ages, fashion became increasingly elaborate, with garments that were tight-fitting, that emphasized the waist and the hips, that lengthened the silhouette. Sleeves were long and flowing, sometimes trailing on the ground. Headdresses grew taller and more complex, reaching extraordinary heights in some periods. Shoes were pointed, sometimes to an almost absurd degree. These fashions were not simply arbitrary. They were expressions of a particular aesthetic sensibility, a way of shaping the body into an ideal form. The tight-fitting garments of the late medieval period, for example, emphasized the slender, graceful figure that was prized in courtly culture. The tall headdresses elongated the face and drew attention to the forehead and the hairline. The pointed shoes elongated the foot and created a sense of elegance and refinement. These were not merely clothes, they were architecture, structures that transformed the body into a work of art. Yet for all the emphasis on clothing and cosmetics, on hair and complexion, on the ideal proportions of the body, it is important to remember that the medieval world was not a world of mirrors. The reflective surfaces available to medieval people were limited. The most common mirrors were made of polished metal, bronze, silver, or steel, and they provided a dim, imperfect reflection. Glass mirrors, backed with metal, did exist, but they were rare and expensive. Most people would have seen their own faces only rarely, and only in fragmented form. They would have seen themselves reflected in water, in the polished surface of a shield, in the eyes of another person. This is a fact that is difficult for modern people, surrounded as we are by mirrors and cameras and screens, to fully appreciate. The medieval sense of self, of one's own appearance, was not formed in isolation. It was formed in the gaze of others. Beauty was not something one possessed in private. It was something that was conferred by the community, by the admiring glances of neighbors, by the praise of poets, by the recognition of one's social superiors. This is why beauty was so closely tied to reputation, to honor, to social standing. To be beautiful was to be seen as beautiful, and to be seen as beautiful was to occupy a certain place in the social order. This is not to say that medieval people were indifferent to their own appearance. On the contrary, the surviving evidence suggests that they took considerable care of their bodies within the limits of their resources. Personal hygiene, though not practiced with the same frequency or in the same manner as in the modern world, was a matter of concern. Popular advice books recommended washing the hands, face, and teeth upon rising, and further hand washing throughout the day. Many households owned wooden tubs for bathing, and late medieval cities often had public bathhouses. Medical texts offered recipes for washing the hair, whitening the teeth, and improving the skin. The wealthy could afford perfumed soaps and oils, making bathing a more pleasurable experience. Even the poor made efforts to keep clean, bathing in rivers and streams when the weather permitted. The archaeological record, too, provides evidence of medieval grooming habits. Combs, often elaborately carved from ivory or bone, have been found in abundance. Tweezers used for plucking unwanted hair were common. Ear spoons used for cleaning the ears have been found in both humble and luxurious materials. These were not the tools of a people indifferent to their appearance. They were the tools of a people who, like people in every other time and place, wanted to look their best. The teeth, in particular, were a focus of attention. Clean, white teeth were highly prized, and there were various methods for achieving them. People rubbed their teeth with cloths, sometimes using abrasive powders made from herbs or minerals. Toothpicks were used to remove food particles. The ideal, as described in poetry, was teeth that were as white as pearls, as bright as quicksilver. This ideal was not merely aesthetic, it was also moral. White teeth were a sign of purity, of health, of inner goodness. Dirty or discolored teeth, by contrast, were a sign of neglect, of moral laxity, of low social standing. The same logic applied to the hands and nails. Clean hands were essential, especially when dining. Nails were expected to be trimmed and clean, free of dirt. These were not trivial concerns. They were part of a broader system of signs. through which individuals communicated their worth to the world. The scent of the body was also a matter of great importance. In a world without modern deodorants or frequent bathing, the use of perfumes and scented oils was widespread. The wealthy could afford expensive perfumes made from musk, ambergris, and other exotic ingredients. The less wealthy made do with herbs and flowers, with roses, lavender, rosemary, and other plants that grew in their gardens. These scents were not merely pleasant. They were also believed to have medicinal properties, to protect against disease, to purify the air. The medieval world was a world of strong smells, both pleasant and unpleasant, and the ability to surround oneself with pleasant smells was a mark of refinement and status. To smell of roses or lavender was to be clean, to be healthy, to be cultivated. To smell of sweat or of the animals one tended was to be a laborer, a peasant, a person of low status. The olfactory dimension of beauty is one that modern people, accustomed to a world of relatively uniform scents, often overlook. But for medieval people, the scent of a person was as important as their appearance, perhaps more so. And yet, for all this attention to the body, it is important to recognize that medieval ideals of beauty were not solely physical. The inner qualities of the person, their virtue, their piety, their character, were seen as equally important, and often more so. A beautiful person who was wicked was a contradiction, a paradox, a source of unease. A plain person who was virtuous was admirable, even beautiful in a deeper sense. This is the meaning of the medieval emphasis on the relationship between beauty and goodness. Physical beauty was understood as a reflection of inner beauty, a visible sign of invisible grace. This was not a naive belief. It was a theological principle, rooted in the conviction that the created world, including the human body, bore the marks of its creator. A beautiful body was a sign of a beautiful soul, but only if that beauty was genuine, not artificially created. This is why cosmetics and other forms of artifice were so often condemned. They were seen as a form of deception, a way of making the body appear beautiful when the soul was not. The true beauty, the only beauty that ultimately mattered, was the beauty of the soul. This emphasis on inner beauty did not, however, diminish the importance of outer beauty. On the contrary, it intensified it. If the body was a reflection of the soul, then the care one took of one's body was a reflection of the care one took of one's soul. To neglect one's appearance was to neglect one's spiritual health. To adorn oneself excessively, however, was to risk the sin of pride. The ideal was a middle way, a modest, appropriate attention to appearance that acknowledged the body's beauty without becoming obsessed with it. This was a difficult balance to maintain, and it is not surprising that medieval people struggled with it, as people have struggled with it in every age. The sources we have for understanding medieval beauty are, of course, imperfect. Most of the surviving evidence comes from the upper classes, from the literate, from the religious. We know much more about the beauty ideals of the aristocracy than we do about those of the peasantry. We know much more about the ideals expressed in poetry and art than we do about the everyday practices of ordinary people. The voices of the poor, the illiterate, the marginalized are largely silent in the historical record. This does not mean that they had no ideals of beauty, no concern for their appearance. It simply means that their ideals, their concerns, have not been preserved in the same way. The beauty that we see in the surviving sources is a partial beauty, a beauty shaped by the interests and prejudices of those who created those sources. It is a beauty that reflects the values of the powerful, the educated, the privileged. It is not the whole story, nor should we assume that the ideals expressed in literature were always, or even usually followed in practice. The descriptions of beautiful women in medieval romances, the golden hair, the white skin, the rosy cheeks, the shining eyes, are not realistic portraits. They are literary conventions, idealized images that draw on a long tradition of poetic description. They tell us what poets thought beauty should be, not necessarily what people actually looked like, or what they actually found attractive. The same is true of the depictions of beautiful people in medieval art. The figures in paintings and illuminations are often stylized, their features simplified or exaggerated to convey symbolic meanings. They are not photographs. They are not even portraits in the modern sense. They are representations of an ideal, a vision of beauty that may have had little to do with the reality of medieval life. And yet, these ideals had power. They shaped the way people thought about themselves and about others. They influenced the way people dressed, the way they groomed themselves, the way they presented themselves to the world. They created a framework within which individual choices were made, a language in which beauty was discussed and evaluated. The medieval world was not a world without beauty standards. It was a world with many beauty standards, often conflicting, often contested, but always present. To understand those standards, to understand what medieval people found beautiful and why, is to understand something essential about their culture, their values, their way of being in the world. The question that haunts this investigation, the question that will echo through the 10 parts of this series, is a simple one. What did a medieval person see when they looked at someone they considered beautiful? What features did they notice first? What qualities did they admire? What did beauty mean to them beyond the mere arrangement of features? The answers, as we have already begun to see, are not simple. They are layered with meaning, entangled with questions of status and morality, of religion and culture, of power and desire. The beautiful person in the medieval world was not just a person with a pleasing face. They were a person who embodied the values of their society, who reflected the ideals of their time, who occupied a particular place in the social order. To be beautiful was to be seen, to be recognized, to be valued. And to be seen as beautiful was to participate in a complex system of signs and symbols that gave meaning to the medieval world. The candle flickers in the window. The fire burns low in the hearth. Outside, the town sleeps, its streets empty and silent beneath the stars. But inside, in the quiet of the night, the face in the mirror, if there is a mirror, gazes back with an expression that is at once familiar and strange. The person who looks into that polished metal surface sees not just themselves, but all the ideals and anxieties of their age, all the hopes and fears that cluster around the human face. Beauty, it seems, was never quite as simple as a mirror. It was a window onto a world of meaning, a world that is now lost to us, except in fragments, in echoes, in the faint reflections that survive in poetry and art, in the objects that have come down to us through the centuries. The investigation has only just begun. The face in the mirror will change as we move through the ages, from the early medieval world to the late, from the courts of kings to the cottages of peasants, from the monasteries to the marketplaces. But the question remains the same, as persistent as the candle flame, as enduring as the human desire to be seen and admired. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful face? And what did that beauty mean to them? The night deepens. The bells of the church tower mark the passage of another hour. In the darkness, the medieval world seems to recede, to become a memory, a dream. But the questions it raises linger, as vivid and as insistent as the candlelight that once illuminated those ancient faces. The journey into the heart of medieval beauty is a journey into the heart of the medieval mind. And it is a journey that has only just begun. The night deepens over the medieval town, and the candlelight that once flickered in so many windows begins to gutter and fade. But the questions that were raised in the quiet hours of that first evening do not fade so easily. They linger, like the faint scent of wood smoke that clings to wool and hair long after the fire has died. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful face? And what did that beauty mean to them? The investigation, as was suggested, has only just begun. The face in the mirror is changing, shifting through the centuries, and the journey into the heart of medieval beauty is a journey that must now move deeper into the textures and tones of that lost world. To understand what beauty meant to the people of the Middle Ages, it is necessary to understand the world they inhabited, a world in which the physical and the spiritual were not separate realms, but intertwined aspects of a single reality. The body was not merely a vessel for the soul. It was a visible sign of the soul's condition. This was a conviction that permeated every level of medieval culture, from the most learned theological treatises to the simplest folk beliefs. The beauty of the body was a reflection of the beauty of the soul, and the care one took of one's appearance was a measure of the care one took of one's inner life. This is why the ideals of beauty that have been preserved in the surviving sources are so often entangled with moral and religious values. A beautiful person was not just pleasing to the eye, they were pleasing to God. And a person who was pleasing to God was, by definition, beautiful. This theological dimension of beauty is perhaps most evident in the writings of the great medieval philosophers and theologians. For thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, beauty was not a subjective quality, a matter of personal taste, but an objective attribute of being itself. Beauty, in the Thomistic view, was defined by three essential qualities: integrity, proportion, and clarity. A beautiful thing was whole and complete, lacking nothing. It was harmonious and well proportioned, and it was luminous, shining with an inner light that made it visible and appealing. These were not merely aesthetic categories, they were ontological ones, rooted in the nature of God. God was the ultimate source of all beauty, and the beauty of the created world was a participation in the divine beauty. This meant that the human body, as part of the created world, could be beautiful in so far as it reflected these divine attributes: a well-proportioned body, a clear complexion, a harmonious face. These were not just pleasing to the senses, they were signs of the divine order that underlay all of creation. This philosophical framework had profound implications for the way medieval people thought about their own bodies and the bodies of others. It meant that beauty was not merely a matter of surface appearance, but was rooted in the very structure of reality. It also meant that the pursuit of beauty, when undertaken in the right spirit, could be a form of spiritual exercise, a way of aligning oneself with the divine order. This is why the medieval world produced such a rich and varied literature on the subject of beauty. From the love poetry of the troubadours to the theological meditations of the mystics, beauty was not a trivial concern. It was a gateway to the divine. Yet, this ideal of beauty as a reflection of divine order was not the only voice in the medieval conversation. Alongside it, there was another, more anxious voice, one that warned against the dangers of physical beauty. The body, for all its potential to reflect the divine, was also a source of temptation, a distraction from the spiritual life. The flesh was weak, and the beauty of the flesh could lead the soul astray. This was the message of the Desert Fathers, the early Christian ascetics who fled to the wilderness to escape the temptations of the world. It was the message of the monastic reformers who sought to purify the church of worldly influences, and it was the message of the moralists who condemned the fashions and cosmetics of their day as signs of vanity and pride. beautiful body was a gift from God, but it was also a trap. To be beautiful was to be admired, and to be admired was to be at risk of pride. To be beautiful was to be desired, and to be desired was to be at risk of lust. The beauty of the body was a double-edged sword, a source of both grace and danger. This ambivalence is nowhere more evident than in the treatment of women. Women were the primary objects of beauty in medieval culture, the subjects of countless poems and paintings, the focus of elaborate codes of courtly love. Yet they were also the primary targets of moral condemnation. The beautiful woman was an ideal, a figure of admiration and desire, but she was also a figure of suspicion. Her beauty was a power that could be used for good or for ill. In the hands of the Virgin Mary, beauty was a sign of divine grace, a reflection of her sinless soul. But in the hands of Eve, beauty was a weapon of seduction, a tool of the devil. The same features, the fair skin, the golden hair, the shining eyes that were praised in the one were condemned in the other. The beautiful woman was a paradox, a figure who embodied both the highest and the lowest possibilities of human nature. This paradox is reflected in the literature of the period. In the courtly romances, the beautiful woman is an object of worship, a figure of almost divine perfection. The hero of the romance devotes himself to her service, undertaking great deeds in her honor, and his love for her is a love that elevates and purifies him. But in the moral and religious literature, the beautiful woman is a figure of danger, a siren who lures men to their destruction. The same descriptions that are used to praise the beloved in the romance are used to condemn the temptress in the sermon. The golden hair, the white skin, the rosy cheeks, these are the marks of beauty, but they are also the marks of deceit. The beautiful woman is a painted idol, a false image that conceals a corrupt soul. She is the whore of Babylon, the woman who sits upon the beast, arrayed in purple and scarlet, her beauty a mask for her wickedness. The tension between these two visions of female beauty was never resolved. It was a productive tension, a source of creative energy that shaped the literature and art of the period, but it also created a difficult position for real women. The same women who were expected to be beautiful were also condemned for being beautiful. The same women who were praised for their fair skin and golden hair were also accused of vanity and pride. The ideal was a beauty that was natural, effortless, unadorned, a beauty that was a gift of God, not a product of human artifice. But the standards of beauty were such that few women could meet them without some form of assistance. The pale skin that was so prized was difficult to maintain without the use of cosmetics or the avoidance of the sun. The golden hair that was so admired was often the result of bleaching or dyeing. The rosy cheeks that were so desired could be achieved with rouge. or with the careful application of herbs. The ideal of natural beauty was, in practice, a fiction, a standard that could only be approached through the very artifice that was condemned. This is the paradox at the heart of medieval beauty. The culture that celebrated the beauty of the body also distrusted it. The culture that praised the fair skin and the golden hair also condemned the means by which they were achieved. The culture that elevated the beautiful woman also feared her. This was not a simple world of clear-cut values, but a world of tensions and contradictions. A world in which beauty was both celebrated and condemned, both admired and feared. To understand these tensions, it is helpful to look more closely at the sources that have survived. The most famous of these sources, and one of the most revealing, is the Trotula, a collection of medical and cosmetic texts that originated in the medical school of Salerno in the 11th and 12th centuries. The Trotula is a remarkable document, a window into the world of medieval beauty practices that is both practical and theoretical. It contains recipes for skincare, hair dye, and perfume, as well as advice on how to treat a variety of ailments. The recipes are based on a combination of classical learning and local practice, drawing on the medical traditions of Greece, Rome, and the Arab world. They are a testament to the sophistication of medieval medicine and to the importance that medieval people placed on their appearance. The Trotula offers a detailed picture of the medieval beauty routine. It recommends washing the face with various preparations to improve the complexion, using oils and creams to soften the skin, and applying powders and pastes to whiten the face. It offers recipes for hair dyes, including one that turns hair blonde and another that turns it black. It contains instructions for treating freckles, blemishes, and other skin conditions. It even offers advice on how to make the breasts firm and the body fragrant. The Trotula is not a work of frivolity. It is a serious medical text, a reflection of the belief that the care of the body was an important part of overall health. The beauty treatments it describes were not merely cosmetic, they were therapeutic. To improve the complexion was to improve the health. To dye the hair was to treat a medical condition. The line between medicine and cosmetics was blurred, and this blurring gave the pursuit of beauty a legitimacy that it might otherwise have lacked. Yet the Trotula also reveals the anxieties that surrounded the pursuit of beauty. Many of the recipes are intended for women, and the text is often framed as a guide to helping women maintain their attractiveness to their husbands. This is a pragmatic concern, but it also reflects the social pressures that women faced. A woman's beauty was her capital, her most valuable asset in a world where her status depended on her marriageability. To lose one's beauty was to lose one's standing, to risk being abandoned or neglected. The Trotula is a testament to the importance of beauty in women's lives. But it is also a testament to the anxieties that beauty could produce. The recipes in the trotula are based on a wide range of ingredients, from the mundane to the exotic. Many of them are derived from plants, from herbs and flowers that could be found in any medieval garden. Roses, lavender, rosemary, and other aromatic plants were used in perfumes and skin preparations. Other ingredients were more exotic, imported from distant lands at great expense. Musk, ambergris, and other animal products were prized for their scent. Spices like cinnamon and saffron were used in cosmetics as well as in cooking. The use of these exotic ingredients was a mark of status, a sign that the user had access to the trade networks that spanned the medieval world. The trotula is not just a medical text. It is also a social document, a reflection of the hierarchies and inequalities that structured medieval society. The beauty practices described in the trotula were not confined to the elite, while the exotic ingredients were beyond the reach of most people. The basic principles of skincare and grooming were widely accessible. The herbs and flowers that grew in gardens could be used by anyone. The knowledge of how to make simple preparations was passed down through generations, from mother to daughter, from mistress to servant. The medieval world was not a world of uniform practice, but it was a world in which most people had some knowledge of how to care for their appearance. The difference between the rich and the poor was not in the knowledge, but in the materials. The rich could afford the finest ingredients, the most elaborate preparations. The poor had to make do with what they had. But the desire to look one's best was not a monopoly of the wealthy. It was a universal human impulse. This is not to say that the beauty practices of the medieval world were identical to our own. The technologies were different. The materials were different. The cultural assumptions were different. The modern world is a world of mass-produced cosmetics, of standardized beauty products, of a global beauty industry. The medieval world was a world of homemade preparations, of local ingredients, of knowledge that was passed down through oral tradition. The modern world is a world of mirrors and photographs, of constant self-scrutiny. The medieval world was a world in which people saw their own faces only rarely, and then only in imperfect reflections. The experience of beauty was different, but the desire for beauty was the same. The evidence for medieval beauty practices is not limited to medical texts like the trotula. It also comes from the material culture of the period. Archaeological finds have revealed a wealth of grooming tools, from combs and brushes to tweezers and ear picks. These objects were made from a variety of materials, from bone and ivory to wood and metal. They were often decorated, sometimes elaborately, suggesting that they were valued possessions. The presence of these objects in graves and domestic contexts testifies to the importance of grooming in medieval life. People did not just want to look good, they wanted to be seen as people who cared about their appearance. Combs are among the most common grooming tools found in medieval contexts. They were used to untangle and style the hair, which was a significant part of the medieval beauty routine. The hair was a canvas, a surface on which ideals could be displayed. The ideal hair, as has been noted, was often fair, and many people went to considerable lengths to achieve this color. Women would bleach their hair in the sun, using various preparations to lighten it. They would also pluck their hairlines to create the high forehead that was so prized. The hair was not just a natural feature. It was a work of art, a creation that required effort and attention. Mirrors were another important grooming tool, though they were not as common or as clear as modern mirrors. The most common type was the polished metal mirror, which provided a dim, distorted reflection. Glass mirrors, backed with metal, were rare and expensive. The experience of looking at oneself in a medieval mirror was very different from the experience of looking at oneself in a modern mirror. The reflection was not a perfect replica. It was a suggestion, a hint. This meant that the medieval sense of self was not formed in isolation, but in the gaze of others. People saw themselves through the eyes of their community. Beauty was not a private possession. It was a public verdict. The importance of the community in shaping ideas of beauty is evident in the sumptuary laws that were enacted in many medieval cities. These laws regulated what people could wear based on their social status. They were designed to maintain the social order, to prevent people from dressing above their station, but they also reflected the belief that clothing was a powerful signifier, a way of communicating identity and status. To wear the wrong clothes was not just a fashion faux pas. It was a social transgression, a threat to the established hierarchy. The sumptuary laws are a testament to the importance of appearance in medieval society. They show that people cared deeply about what they wore, and that they were willing to use the force of law to regulate it. The sumptuary laws also reveal the tensions that existed within medieval society. The laws were often difficult to enforce, and they were frequently violated. People wanted to dress above their station, to display the wealth and status that they aspired to. The laws were a form of social control, an attempt to hold back the tide of social mobility, but they were also a recognition of the power of fashion, a power that could not be easily contained. The medieval world was not a static world. It was a world of change, of competition, of aspiration. And fashion was one of the ways in which these aspirations were expressed. The materials that were regulated by the sumptuary laws were the same materials that were prized for their beauty. The finest fabrics, the brightest colors, the most precious metals, these were the stuff of medieval fashion. Scarlet wool, dyed with the expensive Kermes insect, was a symbol of wealth and power. Blue, made from woad, was another expensive color. Purple, the color of emperors, was the most prestigious of all. These colors were not just beautiful, they were meaningful. They signaled the wearer's place in the social order. To wear scarlet was to announce that one was wealthy. To wear purple was to claim a connection to the highest levels of power. The colors of clothing were a language, a code that could be read by anyone who understood the rules. The shapes of clothing were equally significant. In the early Middle Ages, clothing was relatively simple, consisting of tunics and cloaks that were draped over the body. But as the centuries passed, fashion became more elaborate. Sleeves grew longer, often trailing on the ground. Headdresses became taller and more complex. Shoes became more pointed, sometimes to an almost absurd degree. These fashions were not just arbitrary. They were expressions of a particular aesthetic sensibility. The long sleeves and tall headdresses of the late medieval period elongated the figure, creating a sense of elegance and refinement. The pointed shoes elongated the foot, adding to the overall impression of height. These were fashions that transformed the body, shaping it into an ideal form. The ideal form, however, was not static. It changed over time, reflecting the changing values of medieval society. In the early Middle Ages, the ideal body was strong and powerful, a reflection of the martial values of the period. In the later Middle Ages, the ideal body was more slender and graceful, a reflection of the courtly values that had become dominant. The same woman who would have been admired in the 11th century for her strength and fertility might have been seen as too coarse in the 14th century. The same man who would have been praised in the 12th century for his powerful build might have been seen as too brutish in the 15th. The ideals of beauty were not fixed, they were fluid, changing with the times. This is one of the most important lessons to be drawn from the study of medieval beauty. The Middle Ages were not a single, uniform period, but a long and diverse era, spanning 1,000 years and countless regions. What was considered beautiful in one century might not have been considered beautiful in another. What was considered beautiful in one region might not have been considered beautiful in another. The beauty ideals of the medieval world were as varied as the people who inhabited that world. There was no single standard, no universal definition. There were only local practices, local preferences, local ideals. This diversity is evident in the surviving sources. The literature of the period is full of descriptions of beautiful people, but those descriptions vary widely. The golden hair that is so often praised in French romances is less common in Italian poetry, where darker hair is sometimes preferred. The pale skin that is celebrated in Northern Europe is not always the ideal in Southern Europe, where a warmer complexion is sometimes admired. The slender figure that is prized in courtly circles is not always the ideal in rural communities, where a fuller figure is seen as a sign of health and fertility. These variations are not merely regional, they are also social. The ideals of the aristocracy are not the same as the ideals of the peasantry. The ideals of the clergy are not the same as the ideals of the laity. The medieval world was a patchwork of different beauty standards, each shaped by its own particular context. The candle has burned low, its flame a small, steady point of light in the vast darkness of the medieval night. The face that gazes into the polished metal mirror is no longer a stranger. It is becoming familiar, its features slowly revealing the secrets of a world that is at once distant and strangely close. But the mirror, like the journey itself, shows only a portion of the whole. It reflects the face, the hair, the complexion, the features that are most immediately visible. Beneath the surface, however, there is another landscape, a territory of the body that is equally important to the medieval understanding of beauty. The face is only the beginning. The ideal of beauty, as it was understood in the Middle Ages, extended from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, encompassing every part of the body in a carefully constructed hierarchy of praise and admiration. The medieval writers who described beautiful people, whether in poetry, romance, or moral treatise, were nothing if not systematic. They followed a pattern, a mental checklist that began at the top and moved downward, lingering over each feature with a kind of ritual attention. The hair, the forehead, the eyebrows, the eyes, the cheeks, the nose, the mouth, the teeth, the chin. These were the first stops on a journey that would eventually encompass the neck, the shoulders, the arms, the hands, the breasts, the waist, the belly, the legs, and the feet. This was not merely a literary convention, though it was certainly that. It was also a reflection of the way medieval people saw the world, a way of ordering experience that was deeply ingrained in their culture. The body was a text, and beauty was a language that could be read by those who knew the grammar. The neck, in this grammar, was a feature of considerable importance. It was the bridge between the head, the seat of reason and the soul, and the body, the seat of the passions and the appetites. A beautiful neck was long and white, smooth and graceful. The poets of the period compared it to a column, to a swan, to a heron, to an antelope. Always something that was elevated, elegant, and pale. The whiteness of the neck was a sign of nobility, a mark of a life lived indoors, away from the sun and the wind. It was also a sign of purity, a reflection of the inner whiteness of the soul. A neck that was short or dark, by contrast, was a sign of low birth, of manual labor, of a life spent in the fields. The neck, like the face, was a social document, a visible record of a person's place in the world. The shoulders, too, were praised for their whiteness and smoothness. They were the frame upon which the rest of the body was hung, and a beautiful set of shoulders was one that was well proportioned and graceful. The arms, which followed, were a subject of some debate. Some writers praised arms that were long and straight, while others preferred them slender or even plump. What seems to have mattered most was that the arms were white and soft, the skin unblemished by the sun or by labor. This was a clue, as it so often was, to the social status of the woman being described. Soft, white arms were the arms of a woman who did not work, who did not plant or harvest or wash or spin. They were the arms of a lady, a woman of leisure, a woman whose beauty was a function of her freedom from toil. The hands and fingers were another focal point, and here the ideal was more precise. A beautiful hand was white and soft, with long, slender fingers. The fingers should be elegant, graceful, capable of delicate tasks, but free from the roughness of labor. The hands of a noblewoman were not meant for work. They were meant for embroidery, for playing the lute, for receiving the kisses of her admirers. The hands of a peasant, by contrast, were rough and calloused, their skin darkened by the sun and stained by the soil. This was not merely an aesthetic distinction, it was a moral one. The soft, white hands of the noblewoman were a sign of her virtue, her delicacy, her refinement. The rough hands of the peasant were a sign of her coarseness, her lack of cultivation. The hands, like the face, were a mirror of the soul. The breasts, which came next in the medieval catalogue, were a subject of intense interest. The ideal breast was of moderate size, firm and rounded, neither too large nor too small. It should be high, prominent, and well-shaped, a source of admiration and desire. The poets of the period praised the dainty breasts of their heroines, comparing them to apples or to snow. The breast was a symbol of fertility, of motherhood, of the life-giving power of women, but it was also a symbol of temptation, of the dangerous allure of the female body. The same breast that was praised in the poetry of courtly love was condemned in the sermons of the moralists. The breast was a source of both life and sin, a paradox that was never fully resolved. The waist, too, was a focus of attention. The ideal waist was narrow and slender, a sharp contrast to the fullness of the breasts and the hips. This was the silhouette that was emphasized by the tight-fitting garments of the later Middle Ages, the gowns that cinched the waist and created an hourglass figure. The narrow waist was a sign of youth, of fertility, of a body that was not yet marked by the ravages of childbearing or age. It was also a sign of self-control, of the discipline that was required to maintain such a slender form. The waist, like the other features of the body, was a marker of social status. Only a woman of leisure, A woman who did not have to work could afford to maintain such a figure. The peasant woman, with her life of heavy labor and frequent childbearing, could not hope to compete. The belly, which followed the waist, was a more complex feature. In some periods, a flat belly was prized, a sign of youth and virginity. In others, a fuller belly was admired, a sign of prosperity and health. The belly was the seat of the appetites, the place where food was digested and life was sustained. A belly that was too flat was a sign of poverty, of a life of deprivation. A belly that was too full was a sign of gluttony, of a lack of self-control. The ideal was a middle way, a belly that was neither too flat nor too full, but moderate and well-proportioned. This was the belly of the healthy, the virtuous, the well-fed, but not overfed. It was a belly that reflected the balance of the humors, the harmony of the body and the soul. The legs and feet, which concluded the journey down the body, were also subject to their own ideals. The legs should be long and straight, with well-shaped thighs that were neither too thin nor too fat. The feet should be small and delicate, a sign of refinement and elegance. The poets praised the fleshy thighs of their heroines, the well-shaped calves, the graceful ankles. The feet, in particular, were a focus of attention, as they were often visible in the pointed shoes of the period. A small foot was a mark of nobility, a sign that its owner did not have to walk long distances or stand for long hours. A large foot, by contrast, was a sign of low birth, of a life of labor and hardship. This, then, was the ideal body, the body that was praised in the literature and art of the medieval period. It was a body that was white and soft, slender and graceful, free from the marks of labor and age. It was a body that reflected the values of the aristocracy, the values of a society in which leisure was a privilege and labor was a curse. It was a body that was, in many ways, impossible to achieve without the resources and the leisure that only the wealthy possessed. The ideal body was a fantasy, a dream of perfection that was as unattainable as it was alluring. But the ideal body was not the only body that existed in the medieval world. The vast majority of people, the peasants and the laborers, the poor and the marginalized, did not possess such bodies. Their bodies were marked by the sun and the wind, by the soil and the sweat, by the endless round of work and want. Their bodies were not white and soft, but brown and rough, scarred by the hardships of their lives. Their bodies were not slender and graceful, but stocky and strong, built for endurance rather than for beauty. These bodies, too, had their own ideals, their own standards of attractiveness, but these standards were not recorded in the literature, not preserved in the art. They were the standards of the voiceless, the invisible, the forgotten. They are lost to us, and we can only guess at what they might have been. This is the great gap in our understanding of medieval beauty. The sources that have survived are the sources of the powerful, the literate, the privileged. They tell us what the aristocracy found beautiful, what the poets celebrated, what the artists depicted. They do not tell us what the peasant found beautiful, what the laborer admired, what the poor desired. We can infer from the evidence that does survive that the beauty ideals of the common people were not identical to those of the elite. The peasant woman who worked in the fields and bore many children would not have been able to maintain the slender figure and the pale skin that were prized in the court. Her beauty was a different beauty, a beauty of strength and endurance, of fertility and health. But we do not know exactly what that beauty looked like, how it was described, how it was valued. The voices of the common people are silent, and their beauty is a mystery. This is not to say that the beauty ideals of the elite were completely divorced from the realities of ordinary life. The aristocracy, for all its wealth and privilege, was not immune to the demands of practicality. The pale skin that was so prized was difficult to maintain even for the wealthy, and many noblewomen used cosmetics to achieve the effect. The slender figure that was so admired was not always easy to sustain, and many noblewomen struggled with the realities of childbirth and aging. The beauty ideal was an aspiration, not a reality, and even the most privileged women could not always live up to it. The gap between the ideal and the real was a source of anxiety, a pressure that weighed on women of all classes. The beautiful woman was a fiction, a dream that was always just out of reach. The pressure to conform to the ideal was not limited to women. Men, too, were subject to their own standards of beauty, though these standards were less elaborately theorized. The ideal man was strong and virile, with broad shoulders and a powerful build. He was the warrior, the hunter, the lord of his domain. His body was a weapon, a tool of power and authority, but the ideal of masculine beauty was not static. In the early Middle Ages, when warfare was the primary occupation of the nobility, the ideal man was a man of brute strength, a man who could wield a sword and bear the weight of armor. In the later Middle Ages, as courtly culture became more influential, a more refined ideal emerged. The ideal man was still strong, but he was also graceful, elegant, cultivated. He was the knight of romance, the lover of poetry, the servant of his lady. His beauty was a beauty of refinement, of manners, of the spirit as well as the body. The young male lovers of medieval romance are often described in terms that would apply equally to women. They have fair skin, shining eyes, and beautiful hair. Mature men, however, are praised for different qualities, for their strength, their wisdom, their commanding presence. Age, in other words, was as important as gender in determining what was considered beautiful. The body, then, was a canvas upon which the ideals of the age were painted. It was a site of meaning, a text that could be read by those who knew the language. The beautiful body was a body that conformed to the ideals of the culture, a body that reflected the values of the society. It was a body that was white and soft, slender and graceful, free from the marks of labor and age. It was a body that was, in its perfection, a sign of divine favor, a mark of election. But it was also a body that was unattainable, a dream that could never be fully realized. The pursuit of beauty was a pursuit of the impossible, a quest that could only end in disappointment. This is the paradox that lies at the heart of the medieval experience of beauty. The ideal was a fantasy, a fiction that could never be achieved, but the pursuit of the ideal was real, and it shaped the lives of countless men and women. They spent their time and their money, their energy and their hopes on the quest for beauty. They used cosmetics and perfumes. They wore elaborate clothing and jewelry. They plucked their eyebrows and dyed their hair. They did all of this in the hope of becoming beautiful, of being seen as beautiful, of being loved and admired. And they did all of this in the face of a culture that condemned their efforts as vain and sinful. The pursuit of beauty was a struggle, a battle against the limitations of the body and the constraints of society. It was a battle that was often lost, but it was a battle that was always worth fighting. The night is deepening, and the candle is almost gone. Its flame flickers and dances, casting long shadows across the room. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. But the questions remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained? These are the questions that will guide the next part of the journey, the questions that will lead us deeper into the heart of the medieval experience. The body, it seems, is only the beginning. The soul, the spirit, the inner life, these are the territories that lie beyond the surface, the territories that are yet to be explored. The journey continues, and the path ahead is dark and uncertain, but it is a path that must be taken. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness, but in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The face in the mirror has changed, but the questions remain the same. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers are waiting, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The candle has been relit, a fresh flame springing to life from the embers of the old. and in its new light, the face in the mirror appears sharper, more defined. The journey through the medieval body has revealed the ideals that shaped the medieval imagination: the white skin, the golden hair, the slender form, the graceful limbs. But ideals, however powerful, are not realities. They are aspirations, dreams that must be pursued through effort, through labor, through the application of skill and knowledge to the stubborn matter of the body. The medieval world was not content merely to admire beauty from a distance. It sought to create it, to manufacture it, to bend the raw material of the human form into something that approximated the ideal. This was the work of cosmetics, of grooming, of the countless small arts that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, the flawed into the flawless, the mortal into the transcendent. The pursuit of beauty through artifice was not a secret practice, hidden away in the shadows. It was a subject of open discussion, of detailed instruction, of careful transmission from one generation to the next. The most famous and influential of the medieval texts devoted to this subject was the Trotula, a compendium of women's medicine that originated in the medical school of Salerno in the 11th and 12th centuries. The Trotula was not a single work, but a collection of 3 texts, one of which, the De Ornatu Mulierum Asterisk, or On Women's Cosmetics, was devoted entirely to the arts of beautification. This was a remarkable document, a window into a world of practice that has left few other traces. It offered recipes for dyeing the hair, whitening the skin, removing wrinkles, eliminating freckles, and even combating bad breath. It was a practical guide, a manual for the woman who wished to improve her appearance, and its survival testifies to the importance that medieval people placed on the pursuit of beauty. The recipes in the De Ornatu Mulierum are a testament to the sophistication of medieval cosmetic science. They are based on a deep knowledge of the properties of plants, minerals, and animal products, and they reflect a practical understanding of chemistry that is far more advanced than the modern stereotype of medieval ignorance might suggest. For the hair, the Trotula offered a variety of treatments to achieve the golden hair that was so highly prized. Medieval women cooked greater celandine, agrimony root, and boxwood shavings together, tying them with oat straw. They then created a cleanser using the ashes of oat or vine, which they used to wash the hair. The result was hair that was lighter, brighter, more golden, more closely approximating the ideal that poets celebrated and artists depicted. For those who wished to curl their hair, the Trotula recommended grinding Danewort root with oil and applying it to the head, tying it on with leaves to create natural curls. For a pleasant fragrance, noble women were advised to wear musk or clove in their hair, or both, ensuring that these substances remained unseen. The hair was not merely a natural feature, It was a canvas for art, a surface upon which the skilled practitioner could work wonders. The face, too, was the subject of elaborate attention. The trotula offered detailed instructions for achieving the clear, white complexion that was the mark of nobility and virtue. The process began with a thorough washing, using French soap and warm water. Then came the application of a depilatory made from Greek pitch, wax, and galbanum, which removed unwanted hair and refined the skin. For whitening the face, eggs were placed in strong vinegar until the shells softened, and the resulting mixture was combined with white mustard and ginger. Lily root, ground vigorously, was added for an enhanced effect, and the paste was applied before bathing. The result was a brighter, clearer complexion, a face that more closely resembled the ideal of pale, luminous beauty that the culture demanded. For wrinkles, the trotula recommended the juice of stinking iris, applied in the evening. By morning, the skin would erupt, and after treating the eruption with an ointment containing lily root, the skin would appear delicate and rejuvenated. For freckles, a powder made from bistort root, cuttlefish bones, and frankincense was mixed with water and applied, followed by rubbing with rose water or water of bran. The lips were not neglected. An ointment made from skimmed honey, white bryony, red bryony, squirting cucumber, and rose water was boiled down and applied, solidifying the skin of the lips, refining it, and rendering it extremely soft. The teeth, too, received attention, with remedies to make them shine white, and to combat the stench of the mouth caused by stomach disorders. These recipes were not the products of a single mind or a single tradition. They drew on centuries of accumulated knowledge, on the wisdom of ancient Greece and Rome, on the practices of the Islamic world, on the folk traditions of medieval Europe. The trotula itself was a compilation, a gathering together of knowledge that had been passed down through generations, often through oral tradition, often through the collective efforts of women working in medieval homes. The recipes defy modern notions of authorship and origin. They were known long before the 12th century and were passed along for centuries in a variety of textual contexts. They were part of a living tradition, a body of knowledge that was constantly being tested, refined, and transmitted. The beauty expertise that they embodied was associated with women, but male authors often recorded beauty recipes in their texts, and men's interest in improving their own personal looks is also well attested to. The pursuit of beauty was not a female monopoly. It was a human concern, one that crossed the boundaries of gender and class. The ingredients used in these recipes were as varied as the treatments themselves. Some were common, easily available from the garden or the marketplace. Herbs like rosemary, lavender, sage, and thyme were used in perfumes and skin preparations. Oils, fats, fats and waxes provided the base for creams and ointments. Vinegar, wine, and honey were used as preservatives and as active ingredients. Other ingredients were more exotic, imported from distant lands at great expense. Musk, ambergris, and other animal products were prized for their scent. Spices like cinnamon and saffron were used in cosmetics as well as in cooking. The use of these exotic ingredients was a mark of status, a sign that the user had access to the trade networks that spanned the medieval world. The Trotula is not just a medical text. It is also a social document, a reflection of the hierarchies and inequalities that structured medieval society. Recent research on the cosmetic remedies found in the Trotula has revealed many similarities with modern ones. The medieval understanding of skincare, hair care, and dental care was not primitive. It was sophisticated, based on a practical knowledge of chemistry and biology that was remarkably effective. The recipes for whitening the skin, for example, often relied on the bleaching properties of vinegar and other acids. The recipes for dyeing the hair relied on the chemical reactions between plant materials and the hair shaft. The recipes for treating wrinkles and freckles relied on the exfoliating and rejuvenating properties of various plant and mineral substances. The medieval cosmetic practitioner was not a quack. They were a skilled artisan, a practitioner of a craft that required knowledge, patience, and experience. The pursuit of beauty, however, was not confined to the application of cosmetics. It also involved the more fundamental practices of hygiene and grooming. The modern stereotype of the medieval person as dirty, unwashed, and indifferent to cleanliness is a myth, a product of Victorian prejudice and popular misunderstanding. The evidence from the period tells a different story. Medieval people, like people in every other time and place, valued cleanliness and took steps to achieve it. The methods they used were different from our own, but the desire was the same. Laborers, who made up most of the population, probably used ewers and shallow wash basins. Castle dwellers might have access to a wooden tub with water heated by a fire. And yes, they used soap. Soap was often made at home and widely available as a trade good as early as the 9th century in Europe. It was made of animal fat and wood ash, and sometimes scented with fresh herbs like sage and thyme. Bathing was often a community activity. Public bathhouses were frequented by those without the means to bathe at home. They also occasionally functioned as brothels, which may explain why some medieval sources warn against excessive bathing. The warning was not against cleanliness itself, but against the potential sinful temptations that awaited at the public bathhouse. Communal bath time feasting appears to have also been a thing, especially at bathhouses. The bath was not just a place for cleaning. It was a place for socializing, for relaxing, for enjoying the pleasures of the body in a communal setting. The importance of cleanliness is also evident in the advice literature of the period. Popular advice books recommended washing the hands, face, and teeth upon rising, and further hand washing throughout the day. The hands, in particular, were a focus of attention, as they were used in eating and in social interactions. Clean hands were a sign of refinement, of good breeding, of a person who cared about their appearance. Dirty hands, by contrast, were a sign of neglect, of low status, of a person who did not respect themselves or others. The same logic applied to the teeth, which were expected to be clean and white. Toothpicks were used to remove food particles, and various powders and pastes were used to whiten the teeth. The mouth, too, was a focus of attention, and remedies were available for combating bad breath. The medieval person was not indifferent to the state of their mouth. They took steps to ensure that it was clean and pleasant. The scent of the body was another area of concern. In a world without modern deodorants or frequent bathing, the use of perfumes and scented oils was widespread. The wealthy could afford expensive perfumes made from musk, ambergris, and other exotic ingredients. The less wealthy made do with herbs and flowers, with roses, lavender, rosemary, and other plants that grew in their gardens. These scents were not merely pleasant. They were also believed to have medicinal properties, to protect against disease, to purify the air. The medieval world was a world of strong smells, both pleasant and unpleasant, and the ability to surround oneself with pleasant smells was a mark of refinement and status. To smell of roses or lavender was to be clean, to be healthy, to be cultivated. To smell of sweat or of the animals one tended was to be a laborer, a peasant, a person of low status. The olfactory dimension of beauty is one that modern people, accustomed to a world of relatively uniform scents, often overlook. But for medieval people, the scent of a person was as important as their appearance, perhaps more so. The materials used for perfumery were as varied as those used for cosmetics. The Trotula and other texts offer numerous recipes for perfumes and scented oils. One common method was to steep flowers in oil of sweet almonds or pure olive oil, allowing the fragrance to be absorbed. The flowers were then squeezed in a coarse cotton cloth, and fresh flowers were added to the oil, repeated from day to day until the required perfume was procured. This was a laborious process, but the result was a fragrant oil that could be used on the skin, the hair, or the clothing. More complex perfumes combined multiple ingredients, including musk, ambergris, and various spices. The preparation of these perfumes was a skilled craft, one that required knowledge of the properties of different substances and the techniques for combining them. The perfumers of the medieval world, particularly in the Islamic world, were among the most sophisticated in history, and their techniques influenced the olfactory traditions of Europe. The tools of the grooming trade were as important as the substances that were applied. The comb, in particular, was a fundamental tool for personal grooming, used both by men and women. Combs were made from a variety of materials, from bone and wood to ivory and metal. The Gothic comb, a type that was popular in the later Middle Ages, was carved on both faces and consisted of 2 registers of teeth, one fine and one broader. These combs were often elaborately decorated, suggesting that they were valued possessions. Ivory combs, together with mirror cases and gravoirs for parting the hair, formed an essential part of the dressing case of the typical wealthy lady or gentleman in the Gothic period. Considering the original ubiquity of such combs, a surprisingly small number survive from the 14th century. They were, however, clearly common objects, used by people of all classes to maintain their hair. Mirrors were another essential tool of the grooming routine. The most common type was the polished metal mirror, which provided a dim, distorted reflection. Glass mirrors, backed with metal, were rare and expensive. The experience of looking at oneself in a medieval mirror was very different from the experience of looking at oneself in a modern mirror. The reflection was not a perfect replica. It was a suggestion, a hint. This meant that the medieval sense of self was not formed in isolation, but in the gaze of others. People saw themselves through the eyes of their community. Beauty was not a private possession. It was a public verdict. The mirror, however imperfect, was still a tool of self-examination, a way of seeing oneself as others might see one. It was a tool of transformation, a way of preparing oneself for the public gaze. The importance of grooming tools is evident in the archaeological record. Combs, tweezers, ear picks, and other implements have been found in abundance in medieval contexts. These objects were often found in graves, suggesting that they were valued possessions that accompanied their owners into the afterlife. They were also found in domestic contexts, suggesting that grooming was a regular part of daily life. The presence of these objects testifies to the importance that medieval people placed on their appearance. They were not indifferent to how they looked. They took active steps to improve their appearance, using the tools and substances that were available to them. The pursuit of beauty, however, was not without its critics. The same culture that produced the Trotula also produced sermons and moral treatises that condemned the use of cosmetics and the pursuit of physical beauty. The beautiful woman, as has been noted, was a figure of suspicion, a potential source of temptation and sin. The use of cosmetics was seen as a form of deception, a way of misleading others about one's true nature. It was associated with prostitution, with seduction, with the wiles of women who sought to trap men through false appearances. The moralists who condemned cosmetics were not simply misogynists, though some of them certainly were. They were also concerned with the deeper spiritual implications of the pursuit of beauty. The body was a temple of the Holy Spirit, and to adorn it excessively was to defile it. The soul was the true source of beauty, and to neglect the soul in favor of the body was to risk damnation. The pursuit of beauty was a distraction from the pursuit of salvation, a vanity that could lead the soul astray. This moral critique was not limited to women. Men, too, were subject to the same strictures. The same texts that condemned women for wearing cosmetics also condemned men for wearing elaborate clothing or for spending too much time on their appearance. The ideal was a middle way, a modest and appropriate attention to appearance that did not cross the line into vanity. But the line was difficult to draw, and the moralists were always ready to accuse those who crossed it. The tension between the desire for beauty and the fear of vanity was a constant feature of medieval culture, a source of anxiety that was never fully resolved. The pursuit of beauty was also a source of social anxiety. The ideals of beauty were the ideals of the elite, and the pursuit of those ideals was often a pursuit of status. The pale skin that was so prized was a sign of leisure, of freedom from labor. The golden hair that was so admired was a sign of nobility, of connection to the peoples of Northern Europe. The expensive fabrics and exotic perfumes were a sign of wealth, of access to the trade networks that spanned the medieval world. To pursue these ideals was to aspire to a higher social status, to claim a place in the social order that one might not otherwise have. This was a threat to the established hierarchy, and the sumptuary laws were one way of containing that threat. But the laws were often difficult to enforce, and the pursuit of beauty continued, a quiet rebellion against the constraints of social order. The pursuit of beauty was also a source of economic activity. The production and sale of cosmetics, perfumes, and grooming tools was a significant industry in the medieval world. The ingredients for these products were traded over long distances, creating connections between different regions and cultures. The knowledge of how to make these products was also traded, transmitted through texts and through practice. The medieval world was not a world of isolated communities. It was a world of connections, of exchange, of the movement of goods and ideas. The pursuit of beauty was one of the forces that drove this movement, a force that connected the medieval world in ways that are often overlooked. The face in the mirror, however, was not just a product of economic forces or social pressures. It was also a product of individual desire, of the longing to be seen, to be admired, to be loved. The woman who applied the ointment to her face, who dyed her hair, who put on her finest clothes, was not just conforming to social expectations. She was also expressing herself, asserting her own identity, claiming her own place in the world. The pursuit of beauty was a form of self-creation, a way of shaping the self into something that was more than the sum of its parts. It was a way of saying, "This is who I am, or who I want to be." And in that sense, it was a profoundly human activity, one that connects us across the centuries to the people who lived and loved and hoped in the medieval world. The night is far from over, and the candle still burns brightly. The face in the mirror is no longer a stranger. It is a familiar presence, a companion on the journey. But the journey is not yet complete. The exploration of medieval beauty has revealed the ideals, the practices, the tools, and the tensions that shaped the medieval experience of appearance. But there is more to discover, more to understand. The relationship between beauty and morality, between appearance and identity, between the body and the soul. These are the territories that lie ahead, the territories that will be explored in the next part of the journey. The face in the mirror is waiting, patient, and mysterious. Its secrets slowly revealing themselves to those who have the patience to look. The medieval world, with all its complexity and contradiction, is opening up before us. A world of beauty and anxiety, of admiration and fear, of ideals that were as varied as the people who held them. The journey continues, and the next part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the candle has burned low once more, and in its guttering flame, the face in the mirror seems to shift, to dissolve, to become something other than itself. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has so far been a journey through the surface of things, through the cosmetics and the combs, the fabrics and the fragrances, the countless small arts by which ordinary people transformed themselves into something closer to their ideals. But beneath that surface, there is another world, a world of meaning and morality, of sin and salvation, of the soul's long struggle with the body that houses it. The medieval understanding of beauty was never merely superficial. It was always, at its deepest level, a question of the soul. And it is to that question, the question of the relationship between beauty and goodness, that the journey must now turn. The tension between the celebration of physical beauty and the condemnation of vanity was one of the defining features of medieval culture. It was a tension that had its roots in the earliest centuries of Christianity, in the writings of the Church Fathers who had wrestled with the legacy of the classical world. The great theologians of the patristic period, Tertullian, Cyprian, Ambrose, Jerome, and Augustine, had all grappled with the problem of female adornment, and their writings exerted a profound influence on the medieval church. For these early Christian moralists, the female body and its adornment were linked to broader theological problems of sin, human agency, and the created order. They told women that the very salvation of their souls could depend on the way they dressed their bodies, a phenomenon that one modern scholar has called cosmetic theology. The stakes could hardly have been higher. A woman who painted her face or wore elaborate jewelry was not merely committing a fashion faux pas. She was endangering her immortal soul. The arguments of the Church Fathers were severe and uncompromising. For Ambrose, a wife who enhanced her appearance by means of cosmetics and jewelry deceived her husband, and thus led him into sin, endangering both her own chastity and his. In his view, a married woman's unadorned appearance was better pleasing to her husband than one enhanced by such artifice. He argued that to paint one's face was to change the fashion of nature, to abandon what one was born with. He asked, with rhetorical force, what truer sign of ugliness could there be than a woman who was afraid to be seen without her paint? If she was beautiful, why did she hide? If she was ugly, why did she pretend to be pretty? The logic was damning. The use of cosmetics was a form of deception, a lie told with the body, and a lie that could only lead to sin. It was a position that left no room for compromise. Tertullian, another of the early Christian moralists, was equally harsh. He submitted female clothing and ornaments to theologically constituted precepts, condemning any form of adornment that went beyond the necessities of modesty. The early church's sermons against luxury were relentless. Ornate dresses, jewelry, makeup, and hair dyeing were not signs of virtue or purity of soul, but of sin, and were therefore contrary to morality, modesty, and the Christian faith. Isidore of Seville, writing in the early 7th century, drew on these late antique sources to distinguish between authentic and deceptive colors. He acknowledged the value of beautification, yet he condemned artifice that was divorced from truth and bodily reality by tracing the shared terminology and material history of color. Isidore transformed aesthetic and technical categories into moral ones, redefining beauty as a sign of truth only when unadorned. In this view, the art of cosmetics was not merely a matter of personal choice. It was a form of visual deceit that manipulated perception through surface illusion. Yet even among the Church Fathers, there were nuances and tensions. Augustine, perhaps the most influential of all, walked a careful line between promoting asceticism and upholding the social order. He advised against forbidding adornment to married women, recognizing that their husbands might expect them to dress in a way that pleased them. He still forbade makeup, which he saw as a form of deception, but he allowed married women to wear jewelry and expensive garments. This was not a surrender to worldliness. It was a pragmatic recognition that the men of his congregation did not want to hear that they had to change radically to to be Christians. The problem of cosmetic theology was thus entangled with the gender hierarchy of the age. Individual women might attain holiness primarily by demonstrating sexual purity, but women, with very rare exceptions, continued to be seen as inferior to men, and their modesty was a sign of their subordination. A married woman who adopted ascetic dress without her husband's consent could find herself blamed for his infidelity. As Augustine made clear in his letter to Ecdicia, a wealthy married woman whose husband had broken his vow of celibacy in response to her modest dress. The message was clear. A woman's body was not her own. It belonged to her husband, to the church, to the social order, and her beauty or her rejection of it was a matter of public concern. This patristic tradition of cosmetic theology was inherited and developed by the ecclesiastical writers of early medieval England. Aldhelm of Malmesbury, writing in the 7th century during the conversion of England to Christianity, addressed his instructions on modesty to an audience that held women in comparatively high regard and perceived adornment as an important expression of power. The Venerable Bede, writing in the 8th century during a time of corruption and crisis in the church, and Gosselin of St. Burton, writing in the 11th century in the wake of the Norman conquest, all made use of different possibilities for the rhetorical use of modesty to define female virtue. Yet all three defined female virtue as nearly synonymous with modesty and submission. Male modesty, by contrast, was divorced from sexual ethics and was instead concerned with the expression of authority. The double standard was built into the very fabric of medieval theology. The tension between the celebration of beauty and the fear of vanity was not confined to the writings of theologians. It permeated every level of medieval culture, from the sermons preached in parish churches to the poems recited in noble courts. The same culture that produced the exquisite illuminations of the Tres Riches Jures Asterisk, with its depictions of elegant nobles in sumptuous clothing, also produced sermons denouncing the vanity of fine dress and the sin of pride. The beautiful woman was a figure of suspicion, a potential source of temptation and sin. The use of cosmetics was seen as a form of deception, a way of misleading others about one's true nature. It was associated with prostitution, with seduction, with the wiles of women who sought to trap men through false appearances. And yet, the same culture also celebrated the beauty of the Virgin Mary, a beauty of purity and holiness, a beauty that transcended the physical and pointed toward the divine. The same features, the fair skin, the golden hair, the shining eyes that were praised in the one were condemned in the other. The beautiful woman was a paradox, a figure who embodied both the highest and the lowest possibilities of human nature. This paradox is nowhere more evident than in the treatment of women in medieval literature. The courtly romances of the 12th and 13th centuries present a world in which female beauty is celebrated with an almost religious intensity. The lover in these romances idealizes his beloved. She, his sovereign lady, occupies an exalted position above him. Her beauty of body and soul makes him long for union with her, not for passion's sake, but as a means of achieving the ultimate in moral excellence. The courtly heroine is distinguished not only by her extraordinary loveliness, but also by her exceptional courtliness, her inner qualities as well as her looks. The lengthy enumerations of a lady's perfect physical traits that are so common in these romances are not merely exercises in poetic description. They are affirmations of a moral order in which beauty and goodness are inseparable. The beautiful woman is good, and her goodness is visible in her beauty. This is the ideal of courtly love, an ideal that shaped the imagination of medieval Europe for centuries. Yet even within the courtly tradition, there is an awareness of the dangers of beauty. The beautiful woman is not always virtuous. She can be capricious, cruel, indifferent to the suffering of her lover. She can be a temptress, a figure who leads men astray with her charms. The same poems that praise her beauty also warn of its power, and in the moral and religious literature of the period, the beautiful woman is a figure of danger, a siren who lures men to their destruction. The same descriptions that are used to praise the beloved in the romance are used to condemn the temptress in the sermon. The golden hair, the white skin, the rosy cheeks, these are the marks of beauty, but they are also the marks of deceit. The beautiful woman is a painted idol, a false image that conceals a corrupt soul. She is the whore of Babylon, the woman who sits upon the beast, arrayed in purple and scarlet, her beauty a mask for her wickedness. This ambivalence is not a sign of confusion or inconsistency. It is a reflection of the complexity of the medieval worldview. The physical world, for all its beauty, was a fallen world, a world marked by sin and death. The body, for all its potential to reflect the divine, was a source of temptation, a distraction from the spiritual life. The beauty of the body was a gift from God, but it was also a trap. To be beautiful was to be admired, and to be admired was to be at risk of pride. To be beautiful was to be desired, and to be desired was to be at risk of lust. The beauty of the body was a double-edged sword, a source of both grace and danger. The same theologians who celebrated the beauty of creation also warned against its seductions. The same poets who praised the beauty of their beloveds also acknowledged the dangers of that beauty. The tension was never resolved, and perhaps it was never meant to be. It was a productive tension, a source of creative energy that shaped the literature and art of the period. The relationship between beauty and goodness was not, however, a simple equation. It was not the case that beauty was always good and ugliness always evil. The medieval understanding of beauty was more nuanced than that. The great theologians of the period, building on the classical tradition, developed sophisticated theories of beauty that distinguished between different kinds of beauty and different levels of reality. Thomas Aquinas, the greatest of the scholastic philosophers, defined beauty by three essential conditions: integrity, proportion, and clarity. A beautiful thing was whole and complete, lacking nothing. It was harmonious and well proportioned, and it was luminous, shining with an inner light that made it visible and appealing. These were not merely aesthetic categories, they were ontological ones, rooted in the nature of being itself. Beauty in the Thomistic view was a transcendental, a quality that was coextensive with being. Everything that existed, insofar as it existed, was beautiful. Ugliness was not a positive quality, but a privation, a lack of being, a failure to achieve the integrity and proportion that were the marks of true beauty. Aquinas also distinguished between different kinds of beauty. He distinguished between beauty of the body, which consisted in proportion and clarity, and beauty of the spirit, which consisted in virtue or honesty. The beauty of the body was a reflection of the beauty of the soul, a visible sign of invisible grace. But the beauty of the soul was the more important beauty, the beauty that truly mattered. A beautiful body without a beautiful soul was a contradiction, a paradox, a source of unease. A plain body with a beautiful soul was admirable, even beautiful in a deeper sense. This was not a rejection of physical beauty. It was an affirmation of a hierarchy of beauty, a recognition that the beauty of the soul was superior to the beauty of the body. The physical beauty that was so admired in the courtly romances was not denied. It was placed in its proper context, subordinated to the spiritual beauty that was the ultimate goal of human existence. This hierarchy of beauty was not merely a philosophical abstraction. It had practical implications for the way medieval people lived their lives. The pursuit of physical beauty was not condemned outright. It was tolerated, even encouraged, so long as it was kept in its proper place. The care of the body was a duty, a responsibility that came with the gift of life. But it was a duty that could easily become an obsession, a distraction from the more important care of the soul. The ideal was a middle way, a modest and appropriate attention to appearance that acknowledged the body's beauty without becoming obsessed with it. This was a difficult balance to maintain, and it is not surprising that medieval people struggled with it, as people have struggled with it in every age. The writings of the Cistercian mystics offer a particularly rich exploration of this theme. Bernard of Clairvaux, the great 12th century abbot, lyrically described the luminous overflowing of the beauty of the soul into the body, the gate, and the expressions of the saint. For Bernard, the beauty of the soul was a beauty that could not be contained. It broke forth outwardly with visible signs, so that the outer man appeared suffused with the overabundance of inward purity and copious grace. This was not a beauty that could be achieved through cosmetics or fine clothing. It was a beauty that was a gift of God, a beauty that was the natural expression of a soul that had been transformed by grace. The face of the saint radiated celestial rather than earthly brightness. In his eyes shone angelic purity and dove-like simplicity. This was the true beauty, the beauty that mattered. It was a beauty that was visible in the body, but it was a beauty that originated in the soul. It was a beauty that could not be faked, a beauty that was the authentic expression of a life lived in communion with God. The same theme is evident in the writings of Bonaventure, the 13th century Franciscan theologian. Bonaventure explored the relationship between aesthetics and anthropology, showing how bodily diminishment could become a sign and source of the self's renewal. For Bonaventure, contemplation involved the soul's tender recovery of the body it once rejected, though contemplation made body-soul integrity possible again. Individuals could experience brokenness and healing at the same time. The body was not an enemy to be overcome, but a partner in the journey of salvation. And the beauty of the body, when it was a reflection of the beauty of the soul, was a participation in the divine beauty that was the source of all beauty. Bonaventure's vision was a vision of wholeness, a vision in which the body and the soul were united in a single, harmonious beauty. The face, in this theological tradition, was a window to the soul. It was a mirror that reflected the inner state of the person, revealing their virtues and their vices. A face that was radiant and serene was a face that had been touched by grace. A face that was troubled and anxious was a face that was struggling with sin. The face was not merely a surface. It was a text, a document that could be read by those who had eyes to see. This is why the medieval portraits of saints are so often serene, so often luminous. The artists who created these portraits were not merely trying to depict physical features. They were trying to depict the beauty of the soul, the grace that had transformed the body from within. The face of the saint was a face that had been transfigured, a face that had become a window onto the divine. This theological tradition did not, however, eliminate the anxiety that surrounded the pursuit of physical beauty. The tension between the celebration of beauty and the fear of vanity remained, a constant presence in the medieval consciousness. The same women who were expected to be beautiful were also condemned for being beautiful. The same women who were praised for their fair skin and golden hair were also accused of vanity and pride. The ideal was a beauty that was natural, effortless, unadorned, a beauty that was a gift of God, not a product of human artifice, but the standards of beauty were such that few women could meet them without some form of assistance. The pale skin that was so prized was difficult to maintain without the use of cosmetics or the avoidance of the sun. The golden hair that was so admired was often the result of bleaching or dyeing. The rosy cheeks that were so desired could be achieved with rouge or with the careful application of herbs. The ideal of natural beauty was, in practice, a fiction, a standard that could only be approached through the very artifice that was condemned. This is the paradox at the heart of medieval beauty. The culture that celebrated the beauty of the body also distrusted it. The culture that praised the fair skin and the golden hair also condemned the means by which they were achieved. The culture that elevated the beautiful woman also feared her. This was not a simple world of clear-cut values, but a world of tensions and contradictions. A world in which beauty was both celebrated and condemned, both admired and feared. The pursuit of beauty was a struggle, a battle against the limitations of the body and the constraints of society. It was a battle that was often lost, but it was a battle that was always worth fighting. The sumptuary laws that were enacted in many medieval cities were one expression of this tension. These laws were a tool on the part of states to regulate not only manufacturing systems and moral economies via the medium of expenditure and consumption of clothing, but also banquets, festivities, and funerals. They were designed to maintain the social order, to prevent people from dressing above their station, but they were also a reflection of the belief that clothing was a powerful signifier, a way of communicating identity and status that could not be left to individual choice. The sumptuary laws reveal the significance of dress in medieval societies as a site of contestation between individuals and states. People wanted to dress above their station, to display the wealth and status that they aspired to. The laws were a form of social control, an attempt to hold back the tide of social mobility, but they were also a recognition of the power of fashion, a power that could not be easily contained. The medieval world was not a static world. It was a world of change, of competition, of aspiration. And fashion was one of the ways in which these aspirations were expressed. The sumptuary laws also reveal the relationship between clothing and morality. In many cases, these laws were justified on moral grounds. The wearing of expensive fabrics and elaborate jewelry was seen as a form of vanity, a sin that could lead to pride and luxury. The laws were an attempt to curb this sin, to enforce a standard of modesty that was consistent with Christian teaching. But the laws were also, in practice, a way of reinforcing social hierarchy. The wealthy were allowed to wear expensive fabrics, the poor were not. The moral justification was often a cover for social control. The tension between the moral and the social was was never fully resolved, and the sumptuary laws were often violated, often ignored. They were a testament to the power of fashion and to the difficulty of regulating human desire. The night is deepening, and the candle is almost gone. Its flame flickers and dances, casting long shadows across the room. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. But the questions remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained? These are the questions that will guide the next part of the journey, the questions that will lead deeper into the heart of the medieval experience. The body, it seems, is only the beginning. The soul, the spirit, the inner life, these are the territories that lie beyond the surface, the territories that are yet to be explored. The journey continues, and the path ahead is dark and uncertain, but it is a path that must be taken. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness, but in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The face in the mirror has changed, but the questions remain the same. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers are waiting, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The journey continues, and the next part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the candle has been relit once more, a fresh flame rising from the embers of the old, and in its steady glow, the face in the mirror appears clearer, more defined, as if the long journey through the medieval world of beauty is finally bringing the observer into sharper focus. The exploration has moved from the surface of the body to the depths of the soul, from the cosmetics and the combs to the moral and theological tensions that shaped the medieval understanding of appearance. But the journey is not yet complete. There are still territories to be explored, still practices to be understood, still ideals to be uncovered. The face in the mirror is patient, its secrets slowly revealing themselves to those who have the patience to look. And the next part of the journey leads into the practical realm, into the daily routines and the elaborate rituals by which medieval people transformed themselves from ordinary mortals into beings of beauty and grace. The medieval day began long before the sun rose, and for those who cared about their appearance, the morning routine was a matter of considerable importance. The first task was the washing of the face and hands, a practice that was recommended by medical authorities and followed by people of all classes. The water drawn from a well or a stream was heated over the fire and poured into a basin, a simple earthenware vessel, or perhaps a more elaborate brass one for those who could afford it. The face was washed with a cloth, using soap made from animal fat and wood ash, or perhaps a more luxurious soap scented with herbs like sage and thyme. The hands, which would be used for eating and for social interaction, were scrubbed with particular care, their cleanliness a sign of refinement and good breeding. The teeth, too, received attention, rubbed with a cloth, and sometimes with an abrasive powder made from herbs or minerals. The mouth was rinsed with water or with wine, and breath was freshened with herbs or spices. This was not a hurried routine. It was a ritual, a way of preparing the body for the day ahead. The daily wash, as one historian has noted, usually involved collecting water in a ewer, heating it, then pouring it into a large basin to be used for scrubbing. The hair, which was such an important part of the medieval beauty ideal, required its own elaborate routine. For women, the hair was often long, and it was brushed and combed with great care. Combs made from bone, wood, ivory, or metal were used to untangle the knots and to smooth the hair into the desired style. The hair was then arranged according to the fashion of the time and the status of the wearer. Unmarried women might wear their hair loose and uncovered, a sign of their virginity and their availability for marriage. Married women, by contrast, were expected to cover their hair, concealing it beneath a veil or a headdress, as a mark of their modesty and their submission to their husbands. But even when the hair was covered, it was not neglected. It was washed, conditioned, and sometimes dyed, all in preparation for the moments when it would be seen. The hair, like the face, was a canvas, a surface upon which the ideals of the culture could be displayed. The color of the hair was a matter of particular concern. As has been noted, blonde hair was often idealized, associated with youth, innocence, and nobility. But not everyone was born with blonde hair, and those who were not often went to considerable lengths to achieve it. The medieval medical treatises, compendia, and handbooks from the 12th to the 14th century paid particular attention to hair dyeing and the possibility of changing the color. Recipes for hair dyes were numerous and varied, using ingredients such as saffron, cumin, and other plants to light the hair. The Trotula offered a recipe for turning the hair blonde that involved cooking greater celandine, agrimony root, and boxwood shavings together. Then, using the resulting mixture as a rinse for those who wished to darken their hair. Other recipes were available, using ingredients like lead oxide and slaked lime to create a black dye. The concern with hair color was not merely aesthetic, it was also medical. According to the prevailing humoral theory, the color of the hair was a reflection of the balance of the humors, and changes in hair color could be a sign of illness or imbalance. The recipes for hair dyes were thus not just cosmetic treatments. They were also therapeutic interventions designed to restore the body to its proper balance. The face, too, was the subject of elaborate attention. The ideal complexion, as has been noted, was pale and luminous, a sign of nobility and virtue. But achieving this complexion required effort, particularly for women who spent time outdoors. The medieval skincare routine, according to the formulations of Trotula de Ruggiero and the medical school of Salerno, involved a variety of treatments designed to whiten the skin, remove blemishes, and create a smooth, clear complexion. These treatments used a wide range of ingredients, including officinal plants, minerals, and animal derivatives. The Trotula offered recipes for whitening the face using eggs, vinegar, white mustard, ginger, and lily root. For wrinkles, it recommended the juice of stinking iris, applied in the evening. For freckles, a powder made from bistort root, cuttlefish bones, and frankincense was mixed with water and applied, followed by rubbing with rose water. The Tresor de Beaudet, a 14th century Catalan treatise devoted to female cosmetics and health, described over 200 treatments, many of which were of animal origin. These treatments were used mainly for facial, body, and hair cosmetics, hygiene, and general health. They were designed to achieve the ideal of beauty and health in medieval women. The sophistication of these treatments is remarkable, and recent research has shown that many of them had genuine biological effects based on a practical understanding of chemistry and biology that was far more advanced than the modern stereotype of medieval ignorance might suggest. The use of cosmetics, however, was not without its critics. The moralists who condemned the pursuit of beauty as a form of vanity were not simply misogynists. They were also concerned with the deeper spiritual implications of the practice. The body was a temple of the Holy Spirit, and to adorn it excessively was to defile it. The soul was the true source of beauty, and to neglect the soul in favor of the body was to risk damnation. This moral critique was not limited to women. Men, too, were subject to the same strictures. The same texts that condemned women for wearing cosmetics also condemned men for wearing elaborate clothing or for spending too much time on their appearance. The ideal was a middle way, a modest and appropriate attention to appearance that did not cross the line into vanity. But the line was difficult to draw, and the moralists were always ready to accuse those who crossed it. The tension between the desire for beauty and the fear of vanity was a constant feature of medieval culture, a source of anxiety that was never fully resolved. Yet despite these moral strictures, the pursuit of beauty continued, driven by forces that were as powerful as the moralists' condemnations. One of the most powerful of these forces was the ideal of courtly love, a cultural movement that swept through the courts of Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries, and that placed female beauty at the center of its vision. Courtly love was a complex and often contradictory phenomenon, but at its heart was the idealization of the beloved woman, the lady who was seen as the source of all that was noble and beautiful in the world. The courtly lover, typically a knight or a poet, devoted himself to the service of his lady, undertaking great deeds in her honor, and his love for her was a love that elevated and purified him. The lady, for her part, was expected to be beautiful, not merely in her physical appearance, but also in her character, her manners, and her soul. The courtly heroine in an old French romance is distinguished not only by her extraordinary loveliness, but also by her exceptional courtliness, her inner qualities as well as her looks. The ideal of courtly love had a profound impact on the way beauty was understood and valued in medieval society. It elevated the beautiful woman to a position of almost divine status, making her the object of worship and devotion. It also created a set of expectations that were difficult, if not impossible, to meet. The courtly lady was expected to be perfect in every way, a paragon of beauty, virtue, and refinement. She was to be tender and delicate, more beautiful than the man. For as the medieval saying had it, the woman who lacks beauty lacks much. She was to have long blonde hair, a white complexion, a slender waist, and a graceful manner. She was to be virtuous, chaste, and faithful, a model of female perfection. This was an impossible ideal, a fantasy that could never be fully realized. But it was a fantasy that shaped the aspirations of countless women who struggled to live up to its demands. The courtly love tradition, for all its celebration of female beauty, also created a standard that was unattainable, a source of anxiety and frustration for the women who were its subjects. The influence of courtly love extended beyond the realm of literature into the practical world of fashion and grooming. The styles that were popular in the courts of Europe were often inspired by the ideals of courtly love, and women who wished to be seen as beautiful and desirable adopted these styles in the hope of attracting the admiration of their peers. The elaborate headdresses, the tight-fitting gowns, the pointed shoes, all of these were expressions of the courtly ideal, ways of shaping the body into a form that was seen as beautiful and refined. The colors of clothing, too, were influenced by the courtly tradition. Bright colors, particularly red, blue, and purple, were associated with nobility and wealth, and they were worn by those who wished to signal their status. The fabrics that were used, from the finest wools to the most luxurious silks, were chosen for their beauty and their cost, both of which were signs of the wearer's place in the social hierarchy. The ideal of courtly love was not, however, the only force shaping medieval beauty standards. The influence of the Islamic world, particularly in the realms of medicine, cosmetics, and perfume, was also significant. The Islamic world of the Middle Ages was a center of learning and culture, and its scholars made important contributions to the fields of chemistry, pharmacology, and cosmetics. The recipes for cosmetics and perfumes that were developed in the Islamic world were often more sophisticated than those available in Europe, and they were traded across the Mediterranean, influencing European practices. Medieval Muslim societies, for example, emphasized personal grooming and outward appearance as reflections of social status and divine benevolence. Men groomed to express God's grace, while women were encouraged to beautify themselves for male attraction and societal norms. The use of kohl for the eyes and henna for the hands and feet were common practices in the Islamic world, and these practices spread to Europe through trade and cultural exchange. The influence of Islamic cosmetics on European practices is evident in the recipes that survive in medieval European texts, which often draw on ingredients and techniques that originated in the Islamic world. The trade in cosmetics and beauty products was a significant economic activity in the medieval world, connecting different regions and cultures in a network of exchange. Raw materials for cosmetics, such as animal fats, minerals, and plant substances, were traded over long distances. In the 16th century, for example, cosmetics accounted for 47% of the cargo on the ship Los Tres Reyes Magos, showing the increased demand for these products. The trade in cosmetics was not limited to Europe. It also flourished between Europe and the Americas, as well as within the Islamic world. The commercial networks that supported this trade were complex and far-reaching, and they played an important role in the dissemination of beauty practices across different cultures. The medieval world was not, however, a world of uniform practice. The beauty ideals and practices of one region could differ significantly from those of another. In Northern Europe, for example, the ideal woman was often described as tall and blonde, with blue eyes and a slender figure. In Southern Europe, particularly in Italy and Spain, darker hair and a warmer complexion were sometimes preferred. In the Iberian Peninsula, literary portraits of the beautiful woman emphasized long, blonde hair or light-colored and hairless skin, but these were ideals, not realities, and the actual practices of ordinary people varied widely depending on their social status, their access to resources, and their local customs. The peasant woman in a remote village might have very different ideas about beauty than the noblewoman in a cosmopolitan court. The beauty standards of the medieval world were as diverse as the people who inhabited it, and the surviving sources, which are disproportionately from the upper classes, can only give us a partial picture of that diversity, the diversity of medieval beauty practices, is also evident in the tools and objects that have survived. Combs, mirrors, tweezers, ear picks, and other grooming implements have been found in abundance in medieval contexts, and they testify to the importance that people placed on their appearance. These objects were often elaborately decorated, suggesting that they were valued possessions. Mirrors, in particular, were important tools of the grooming routine, though they were not as common or as clear as modern mirrors. The most common type was the polished metal mirror, which provided a dim, distorted reflection. Glass mirrors, backed with metal, were rare and expensive. The experience of looking at oneself in a medieval mirror was very different from the experience of looking at oneself in a modern mirror. The reflection was not a perfect replica. It was a suggestion, a hint. This meant that the medieval sense of self was not formed in isolation, but in the gaze of others. People saw themselves through the eyes of their community. Beauty was not a private possession. It was a public verdict. The public nature of beauty is also evident in the sumptuary laws that were enacted in many medieval cities. These laws were a tool on the part of states to regulate not only manufacturing systems and moral economies via the medium of expenditure and consumption of clothing, but also banquets, festivities, and funerals. They were designed to maintain the social order, to prevent people from dressing above their station, and to ensure that clothing continued to be treated as an indicator of social class and occupation. The sumptuary laws reveal the significance of dress in medieval societies as a site of contestation between individuals and states. People wanted to dress above their station, to display the wealth and status that they aspired to. The laws were a form of social control, an attempt to hold back the tide of social mobility, but they were also a recognition of the power of fashion, a power that could not be easily contained. The sumptuary laws were not always strictly enforced, and they were often violated. The desire for beautiful clothing, for the fabrics and colors that signaled status and wealth, was too strong to be suppressed by legislation. People found ways around the laws, wearing the prohibited items in private or in less regulated spaces. The laws were also often difficult to enforce, particularly in large cities where the population was diverse and the authorities were overwhelmed. The result was a constant tension between the desire for beauty and the desire for social order, a tension that was never fully resolved. The night is deepening, and the candle is burning low once more. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. But the questions remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained. These are the questions that will guide the next part of the journey, the questions that will lead deeper into the heart of the medieval experience. The body, it seems, is only the beginning. The soul, the spirit, the inner life, these are the territories that lie beyond the surface, the territories that are yet to be explored. The journey continues, and the path ahead is dark and uncertain, but it is a path that must be taken. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness, but in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The face in the mirror has changed, but the questions remain the same. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers are waiting, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The journey continues, and the next part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the candle, relit once more, casts its steady glow upon the face in the mirror. But the face is no longer alone. Behind it, stretching into the shadows of the medieval imagination, there are other faces, other bodies, other ideals that belonged to people who lived beyond the walls of castles and the confines of courts. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has so far been a journey through the eyes of the powerful, the privileged, the literate. It has followed the poets and the painters, the physicians and the philosophers, the moralists and the courtiers who left their mark on the surviving record. But the medieval world was not composed solely of nobles and clerics. It was a world of peasants and laborers, of merchants and artisans, of women and men who lived their lives far from the centers of power, whose voices have been largely lost to history. And yet, even in the silence, there are traces, fragments, echoes of a different beauty, a beauty that belonged to the ordinary, the everyday, the forgotten. The vast majority of medieval people were peasants, tied to the land and to the rhythms of the agricultural year. Their lives were lives of labor, of sun and rain, of soil and sweat. Their bodies were shaped by the work they did, marked by the elements, and by the endless round of planting and harvesting, of tending animals and repairing tools. The beauty ideals of the peasantry were not the beauty ideals of the aristocracy. The pale skin that was so prized in the court was an impossibility for those who worked in the fields. The slender figure that was so admired in the romance was a luxury that few could afford. The elaborate hairstyles and the expensive fabrics were beyond the reach of all but the wealthiest. The beauty of the peasant was a different beauty, a beauty of strength and endurance, of health and fertility, of a body that was capable of sustaining life in a world that was often harsh and unforgiving. The surviving sources offer only glimpses of this peasant beauty. The literature of the period, written by and for the elite, rarely concerns itself with the appearance of ordinary people. When peasants do appear in the literary record, they are often depicted as coarse, ugly, and uncouth, their bodies distorted by labor, and their faces weathered by the sun. This is a caricature, a reflection of the prejudices of the upper classes, not a reliable portrait of how peasants actually looked, or how they thought about their own appearance. The peasant body, in the eyes of the aristocracy, was a body that was defined by its utility, its capacity for work, its lack of refinement. It was a body that was the opposite of the aristocratic ideal, a body that was dark and rough, stocky and strong, marked by the very qualities that the elite sought to avoid. This was not a neutral description. It was a judgment, a way of reinforcing the social hierarchy by associating beauty with privilege and ugliness with labor. And yet, the peasant body was not without its own forms of beauty. The strength and endurance that were necessary for survival could also be sources of admiration, even of desire. A woman who could work in the fields, who could bear children and tend to her family, was a woman of value. A woman whose body was a source of life and sustenance. A man who could plow, who could harvest, who could defend his family and his community, was a man of worth. A man whose body was a tool of survival. These were not the qualities that were celebrated in the poetry of courtly love, but they were qualities that were valued in the daily life of the medieval village. The beauty of the peasant was a beauty of function, of a body that was fit for its purpose. It was a beauty that was rooted in the practical realities of life, not in the abstract ideals of the court. The grooming practices of the peasantry were also shaped by the practical realities of their lives. The elaborate cosmetics and perfumes of the wealthy were beyond their reach, but they still took care of their appearance within the limits of their resources. The washing of the face and hands was a daily routine, using water and soap made from animal fat and wood ash. The hair was combed and styled, though the styles were simpler than those of the aristocracy. The teeth were cleaned with cloths and with abrasive powders made from herbs or minerals. These were not the elaborate rituals of the court, but they were rituals nonetheless, ways of caring for the body that were rooted in the same desire to look one's best that motivated people of all classes. The clothing of the peasantry was also shaped by practical considerations. The fabrics were coarse and durable, made from wool or linen that was spun and woven at home. The colors were dull, the result of natural dyes that were readily available. The styles were simple and functional, designed for ease of movement and for protection against the elements. But even within these limitations, there was room for expression. A bright ribbon, a piece of jewelry, a carefully folded scarf. These small touches could transform an ordinary garment into something special, a way of signaling one's identity and one's aspirations. The peasant, like the noble, wanted to be seen, to be recognized, to be valued. The means were different, but the desire was the same. The gap between the beauty ideals of the elite and the realities of ordinary life was not, however, a simple division between rich and poor. The medieval world was a world of gradations, of subtle distinctions that could be read in the cut of a garment, the quality of a fabric, the color of a dye. The merchant who had grown wealthy through trade might aspire to the fashions of the nobility, wearing silks and furs that were traditionally reserved for the aristocracy. The artisan who had achieved a degree of prosperity might invest in a better quality of wool, a brighter color, a more elaborate style. The peasant who had a good harvest might treat herself to a new ribbon or a piece of jewelry. These were not merely acts of consumption. They were acts of aspiration, ways of claiming a place in the social order that was not always granted by birth. The sumptuary laws that were enacted in many medieval cities were an attempt to regulate these aspirations, to maintain the social order by controlling what people could wear. These laws were a tool on the part of states to regulate not only manufacturing systems and moral economies via the medium of expenditure and consumption of clothing, but also banquets, festivities, and funerals. They were designed to prevent people from dressing above their station, to ensure that clothing continued to be treated as an indicator of social class and occupation. The findings of scholars reveal the significance of sumptuary laws in medieval and early modern societies as a site of contestation between individuals and states, and how dress, as an expression, identity, developed as a modern human right. The laws were often difficult to enforce, and they were frequently violated. People wanted to dress above their station, to display the wealth and status that they aspired to. The laws were a form of social control, an attempt to hold back the tide of social mobility. But they were also a recognition of the power of fashion, a power that could not be easily contained. The medieval world was not a static world. It was a world of change, of competition, of aspiration. And fashion was one of the ways in which these aspirations were expressed. The sumptuary laws also reveal the relationship between clothing and morality. In many cases, these laws were justified on moral grounds. The wearing of expensive fabrics and elaborate jewelry was seen as a form of vanity, a sin that could lead to pride and luxury. The laws were an attempt to curb this sin, to enforce a standard of modesty that was consistent with Christian teaching. But the laws were also, in practice, a way of reinforcing social hierarchy. The wealthy were allowed to wear expensive fabrics, the poor were not. The moral justification was often a cover for social control. The tension between the moral and the social was never fully resolved, and the sumptuary laws were often violated, often ignored. They were a testament to the power of fashion and to the difficulty of regulating human desire. The diversity of medieval beauty practices is also evident in the regional variations that existed across Europe. The ideals that were celebrated in one region were not always the same as those that were celebrated in another. In Northern Europe, the ideal woman was often described as tall and blonde, with blue eyes and a slender figure. The blonde type was so definitely admired in hair and eyes that scent. Bernard commented on it, contrasting it with the "I am black, but beautiful" of the Song of Songs. The ideal knight was to be tall and blonde and bearded. The ideal woman in epic and romance was slender and graceful, with blue eyes and long blonde or golden hair. In southern Europe, particularly in Italy and Spain, darker hair and a warmer complexion were sometimes preferred. Literary portraits of the beautiful woman in medieval Iberia tend to emphasize several physical features, such as long, blonde hair or light-colored and hairless skin. This study examines the specific features of the beautiful woman in several major works and genres from medieval Iberia. The influence of the classical and medieval Latin traditions is evident in other early vernacular literatures of Europe. The regional variations in beauty ideals were not simply a matter of climate or ethnicity. They were also shaped by cultural and historical factors. The influence of the Islamic world, for example, was particularly strong in the Iberian Peninsula, where Muslim, Christian, and Jewish cultures coexisted for centuries. The beauty practices of medieval Islamic societies were sophisticated and influential, and they left their mark on the cultures of southern Europe. In the Islamic world, both men and women were required to deal with their hair in specific ways, such as covering the head or wearing a beard. The removal of body hair and the dyeing of the hair of one's head, including the beard, were common practices. Using hadith collections and pharmacopoeia, the most commonly recommended dyeing agent is a combination of henna and kattam. The use of kohl for the eyes and henna for the hands and feet were common practices in the Islamic world, and these practices spread to Europe through trade and cultural exchange. The trade in cosmetics and beauty products was a significant economic activity, connecting different regions and cultures in a network of exchange. Small boxes and coffers, decorated with typically Islamic motifs, were created by Muslim craftsmen for the Christian court of the Norman rulers in Sicily, and were intended for personal use as containers for perfumes, cosmetics, and jewelry. Many such objects eventually ended up in Europe, and took on a Christian function, the influence of the Islamic world on European beauty practices is also evident in the recipes that survive in medieval European texts. The Trotula asterisk, for example, draws on a tradition of medical and cosmetic knowledge that originated in the classical world and was transmitted through the Islamic world. The recipes for cosmetics and perfumes that were developed in the Islamic world were often more sophisticated than those available in Europe, and they were traded across the Mediterranean, influencing European practices. The use of musk, ambergris, and other exotic ingredients in European perfumes reflects the influence of Islamic perfumery, the concern with hair dyeing, and the prevention of baldness and graying, which is evident in medieval medical treatises, also reflects the influence of Islamic medicine. The source base for these treatises includes the works of St. Hildegard of Bingen, Pope John XXI, Vincent of Beauvais, Taddeo Alderotti, and Bernard de Gordon. In these works, the issue of hair was highlighted, which in the Middle Ages played a significant role in the lives of both women and men. The regional variations in beauty ideals were not confined to Europe. The medieval world was a world of global connections, of trade and cultural exchange that linked Europe to Asia, Africa, and the Americas. The beauty practices of different cultures influenced each other, creating a rich and diverse tapestry of ideals and techniques. The use of henna, for example, was a common practice in the Islamic world and in South Asia, and it spread to Europe through trade and cultural exchange. The use of kohl for the eyes was a practice that originated in the ancient Near East and spread throughout the Mediterranean world. The trade in cosmetics and beauty products was a global phenomenon, connecting different regions and cultures in a network of exchange that was as complex as any modern supply chain. The diversity of medieval beauty practices is also evident in the changing fashions of the period. What was considered beautiful in one century was not necessarily considered beautiful in another. The fashions of the early Middle Ages, for example, were relatively simple, reflecting the martial values of the period. The ideal man was strong and powerful, a warrior who could wield a sword and bear the weight of armor. The ideal woman was fertile and robust, a mother who could bear children and manage a household. But as the centuries passed, fashions became more elaborate, reflecting the growing influence of courtly culture and the increasing wealth of the urban centers. The ideal man became more refined, more graceful, more cultivated. The ideal woman became more slender, more delicate, more ethereal. These changes were not arbitrary. They reflected the changing values of medieval society, the shifting balance of power between the warrior aristocracy and the emerging merchant class, the growing influence of the church and the court. The changing fashions of the medieval period are also evident in the evolution of hairstyles and head coverings. The hair was a powerful symbol, a marker of identity and status, and its treatment was subject to constant change. In the early Middle Ages, both men and women wore their hair long, a practice that was associated with freedom and nobility. But as the church gained influence, it began to regulate the hair, imposing standards of modesty and restraint. Clerics were expected to shave their heads in the tonsure, a practice that was a sign of their dedication to God. Married women were expected to cover their hair, concealing it beneath a veil or a headdress, as a mark of their modesty and their submission to their husbands. Unmarried women might wear their hair loose and uncovered, a sign of their virginity and their availability for marriage. These were not merely practical arrangements. They were powerful symbols, ways of signaling one's place in the social and moral order. The hairstyles of the medieval period were also subject to the whims of fashion. In the later Middle Ages, elaborate headdresses became increasingly popular, particularly among women of the upper classes. These headdresses could be tall and conical, or they could be shaped like horns or hearts. They were often made of expensive fabrics, decorated with jewels and pearls, and they were a sign of the wearer's wealth and status. The hair itself was often hidden beneath these headdresses, but it was still the subject of elaborate attention. Women dyed their hair, curled it, and arranged it in complex styles that were designed to be seen when the headdress was removed. The hair, like the clothing, was a canvas, a surface upon which the ideals of the culture could be displayed. The changing fashions of the medieval period are also evident in the evolution of men's grooming. In the early Middle Ages, men wore beards and long hair, a practice that was associated with masculinity and strength. But as the centuries passed, fashions changed, and men began to shave their faces and cut their hair short. This transition in men's grooming from wearing beards and long hair to being clean-shaven with short hair was a significant change, reflecting the growing influence of courtly culture and the increasing importance of refinement and elegance. The clean-shaven face was a sign of civilization, a mark of a man who had transcended the barbarism of the past. The short hair was a sign of discipline, a mark of a man who was in control of his passions. These were not merely aesthetic choices. They were statements of identity, ways of signaling one's place in the social and moral order. The diversity of medieval beauty practices is also evident in the different ideals that existed for men and women. The ideal woman was often described in terms of her beauty, her grace, her delicacy. She was a figure of admiration and desire, a source of inspiration for poets and artists. The ideal man, by contrast, was often described in terms of his strength, his courage, his honor. He was a warrior, a leader, a protector. These were not absolute distinctions, There were overlaps and exceptions, but they were powerful stereotypes, ways of imagining gender that shaped the lives of men and women in profound ways. The beauty of the woman was a beauty of appearance. The beauty of the man was a beauty of action. The woman was to be seen. The man was to be judged by his deeds. These were the ideals that shaped the medieval imagination, ideals that were as powerful as they were limiting. The night is deepening, and the candle is burning low. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. But the questions remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained? These are the questions that will guide the next part of the journey, the questions that will lead deeper into the heart of the medieval experience. The body, it seems, is only the beginning. The soul, the spirit, the inner life, these are the territories that lie beyond the surface, the territories that are yet to be explored. The journey continues, and the path ahead is dark and uncertain, but it is a path that must be taken. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness, but in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The face in the mirror has changed, but the questions remain the same. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers are waiting, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The journey continues, and the next part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the candle has been lit once more, its flame steady and unwavering, and in its light, the face in the mirror has taken on a new dimension, a new depth. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has traversed the courts and the cottages, the workshops and the fields. It has examined the cosmetics and the clothing, the grooming and the grooming tools. It has explored the moral and theological tensions that surrounded the pursuit of physical perfection. But there is another world, a world that exists in deliberate opposition to the world of fashion and adornment, a world where beauty is redefined, transformed, and even rejected in the service of a higher calling. This is the world of the monastery, the convent, the hermitage, the world of those who turned away from the beauty of the body in order to seek the beauty of the soul. The monastic ideal, in its purest form, was an ideal of renunciation. The monk or the nun who entered religious life was expected to leave behind the vanities of the world including the vanities of personal appearance. The body in the monastic tradition was a source of temptation, a distraction from the contemplation of God. Its needs and its desires were to be subdued, its beauty denied. This was not a rejection of beauty as such. It was a rejection of the beauty of the body in favor of a higher, more spiritual beauty. The monk who shaved his head in the tonsure was not making himself ugly. He was making himself a symbol, a visible sign of his dedication to God. The nun who covered her hair and wore a simple, unadorned habit was not denying her femininity. She was redirecting it, offering it to God as a gift. The monastic look was characterized by body-concealing silhouettes and a minimalized usage of colors and details. It was a look that was deliberately plain, deliberately humble, a rejection of the elaborate fashions that were so prized in the secular world. This ideal of renunciation, however, was not always easy to maintain. The human desire for beauty, for admiration, for the simple pleasure of looking one's best, did not disappear when one entered a monastery. It was a desire that had to be continually battled, continually suppressed. The monastic rule was a rule of discipline, a set of practices designed to train the body and the soul in the ways of virtue. The body was to be kept clean, but not pampered. The clothing was to be simple, but not shabby. The hair was to be cut, but not styled. The monk or the nun was to be presentable, but not attractive. This was a difficult balance to maintain, and it is not surprising that the monastic literature is full of warnings against the dangers of vanity. A monk who spent too long looking at himself in a mirror, a nun who took too much care with her appearance. These were figures of moral danger, figures who had allowed the old temptations to creep back into their lives. The moralists of the period, however, did not simply condemn the pursuit of beauty. They also offered an alternative, a vision of beauty that was rooted in the soul rather than the body. The true beauty in the monastic tradition was the beauty of a life lived in accordance with God's will. It was a beauty that was visible in the face of the saint, in the radiance of a soul that had been transformed by grace. The face of the saint, as one medieval writer described it, radiated celestial rather than earthly brightness. His body was not necessarily beautiful in the conventional sense. It might be fragile, thin, marked by the rigors of ascetic life, but his face shone with an inner light, a light that came from the soul. This was the true beauty, the beauty that mattered. It was a beauty that could not be achieved through cosmetics or fine clothing. It was a gift of God, a sign of divine favor. The lives of the saints, as they were recorded in the hagiographical literature of the period, offer numerous examples of this ideal. The saint was often described as beautiful, but his or her beauty was not the beauty of the courtly romance. It was a beauty that was tempered by asceticism, a beauty that was marked by the rigors of a life devoted to God. The body of the saint might be thin, even emaciated, its flesh worn away by fasting and prayer. But the face of the saint was radiant, shining with the light of divine grace. This was a beauty that was not of this world, a beauty that pointed beyond itself to the divine. The saint, in his or her physical appearance, was a sign of the transfiguration that awaited all those who followed the path of holiness. This ideal of spiritual beauty was not, however, entirely divorced from the physical. The saint's body, even in its asceticism, was still a body, and it was still subject to the same aesthetic judgments that applied to other bodies. The descriptions of saints in the hagiographical literature often include physical details that are designed to convey both their holiness and their humanity. The face of the saint was often described as beautiful, but beautiful in a particular way. It was serene, luminous, peaceful. The eyes were bright, the skin clear, the features refined. These were not the features of a person who had spent their life in the pursuit of physical beauty. They were the features of a person who had been transformed by grace. The beauty of the saint was a sign, a visible confirmation of the inner state of the soul. The representations of female saints in medieval art were strongly influenced by the image of the Virgin Mary, who was herself the embodiment of this ideal of spiritual beauty. Mary was depicted as an idealized young girl, even on her deathbed, a figure of perfect purity and grace. Her beauty was not the beauty of a woman who had adorned herself. It was the beauty of a woman who had been chosen by God, a woman whose body was a vessel for the divine. The later female saints were often depicted in the same way, as idealized figures whose physical beauty was a reflection of their spiritual purity. They were shown with long, flowing hair, with serene faces, with the same high forehead that was so prized in secular beauty ideals. The same features that were celebrated in the courtly romance were also celebrated in the religious art of the period. The difference was not in the features themselves, but in their meaning. In the secular context, beauty was a sign of social status and desirability. In the religious context, it was a sign of divine favor and spiritual grace. But there were also differences. While female saints were often depicted in an idealized, almost impersonal way, male saints were often represented as individuals with distinct features and personalities. The male saint was a figure of strength and authority, a leader and a teacher. His beauty, when it was described, was a beauty of character, a beauty that was expressed in his actions and his words. The female saint, by contrast, was often a figure of passive holiness, a vessel of grace whose beauty was a sign of her purity. This gender difference in representation reflects the broader gender dynamics of medieval society. Women were expected to be beautiful. Men were expected to be strong. The saint, male or female, embodied these expectations, but in a way that was transformed by the religious context. The monastic ideal of renunciation was not the only religious ideal that shaped the medieval understanding of beauty. The Islamic world, which was a major center of culture and learning throughout the Middle Ages, had its own traditions of beauty, traditions that were deeply influenced by religious beliefs. In Sufism, the mystical tradition of Islam, the pursuit of beauty was seen as a path to God. The Sufi mystic Rusbihan Bakli argued that the pursuit of beauty in the world and in oneself was the goal of Muslim life. One should become beautiful in imitation of God and reclaim the innate human nature created in God's beautiful image. This was a very different vision from the Christian monastic ideal, which emphasized renunciation and self-denial. In the Sufi tradition, beauty was not a temptation to be overcome, but a sign of the divine, a reflection of God's own beauty in the created world. This difference in perspective had practical implications for the way beauty was pursued in the Islamic world. Both men and women were required to deal with their hair in specific ways, such as covering the head or wearing a beard. The removal of body hair and the dyeing of the hair of one's head, including the beard, were common practices. Using hadith collections and pharmacopoeia, the most commonly recommended dyeing agent is a combination of henna and katam. The use of kohl for the eyes and henna for the hands and feet were common practices in the Islamic world, and these practices spread to Europe through trade and cultural exchange. The trade in cosmetics and beauty products was a significant economic activity, connecting different regions and cultures in a network of exchange. The influence of Islamic cosmetics on European practices is evident in the recipes that survive in medieval European texts, which often draw on ingredients and techniques that originated in the Islamic world. The religious traditions of medieval Europe were not, however, uniformly opposed to the pursuit of beauty. The great cathedrals and churches of the period were themselves monuments to beauty, expressions of the belief that the worship of God should be accompanied by the highest forms of art and architecture. The stained glass, the sculpture, the painting, the music, all of these were forms of beauty that were offered to God as a gift. The same culture that produced the austere monasteries also produced the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, buildings that were designed to inspire awe and wonder, to lift the soul towards the divine. Beauty in this context was not a temptation to be avoided, but a means of grace, a way of approaching the divine through the senses. The tension between the rejection of worldly beauty and the celebration of sacred beauty was never fully resolved. It was a tension that was built into the very fabric of medieval culture. The beauty of the medieval church was not, however, confined to its buildings and its art. It was also expressed in the liturgy, in the music, in the vestments, and the vessels that were used in worship. The clergy who presided over these ceremonies were themselves figures of beauty. Their movements and their words carefully choreographed to create a sense of the sacred. The vestments they wore were often elaborate, made of the finest fabrics and adorned with gold and jewels. The vessels they used were works of art, crafted with exquisite skill and care. The liturgy was a performance, a drama in which beauty played a central role. The medieval church understood that the human senses were a pathway to the divine, and it used beauty to open that pathway. The tension between the rejection of worldly beauty and the celebration of sacred beauty was thus not a simple opposition. It was a productive tension, a source of creative energy that shaped the art and architecture of the period. The religious ideal of beauty also influenced the way that ordinary people thought about their own bodies. The body was a temple of the Holy Spirit, and as such it deserved to be treated with respect. The care of the body was a duty, a responsibility that came with the gift of life. But it was a duty that could easily become an obsession, a distraction from the more important care of the soul. The ideal was a middle way, a modest and appropriate attention to appearance that did not cross the line into vanity. This was a difficult balance to maintain, and it is not surprising that medieval people struggled with it, as people have struggled with it in every age. The tension between the desire for beauty and the fear of vanity was a constant feature of medieval culture, a source of anxiety that was never fully resolved. The religious ideal of beauty also had implications for the way that people thought about aging and death. In a world where life was often short and death was a constant presence, the aging of the body was a reminder of the transience of earthly life. The wrinkles, the gray hair, the failing strength, these were signs of mortality, of the body's eventual return to the dust. The medieval attitude towards aging was complex. On the one hand, old age was respected, associated with wisdom and experience. On the other hand, it was feared, associated with decline and loss. The pursuit of beauty was, in part, a pursuit of youth, a way of denying the reality of aging. The cosmetics and the hair dyes, the elaborate clothing and the careful grooming, these were all attempts to hold back the tide of time, to preserve the appearance of youth for as long as possible. But the religious tradition reminded people that the body was temporary, that its beauty would fade, and that the only beauty that truly mattered was the beauty of the soul. The monastic ideal of renunciation also had implications for the way that people thought about the body's functions. The body was a source of temptation, and its needs and desires were to be subdued. The monk who fasted, who deprived himself of food and sleep, was training his body to obey his will. The nun who wore a hair shirt who mortified her flesh, was reminding herself of the vanity of earthly pleasures. These were practices that were extreme, that went beyond the normal demands of Christian piety. But they were also practices that were admired, that were seen as signs of exceptional holiness. The ascetic body was a body that had been conquered, a body that had been brought under the control of the soul. It was a body that was beautiful in its own way, a beauty of discipline and self-control. The beauty of the ascetic body was not, however, a beauty that was easily achieved. It required a level of discipline that was beyond the reach of most people. The ordinary Christian, the layperson who lived in the world, was not expected to adopt the extreme practices of the monk or the nun. The ordinary Christian was expected to live a life of moderation, to care for the body without becoming obsessed with it. The ideal was a middle way, a path that avoided the extremes of both vanity and neglect. This was a path that was difficult to follow, a path that required constant vigilance. The medieval moralists were always ready to warn against the dangers of both excess and deficiency. The person who spent too much time on their appearance was vain. The person who spent too little was slovenly. The ideal was a balance, a harmony that was as difficult to achieve as it was to define. The beauty of the medieval world was thus a beauty of contradictions. It was a beauty that was celebrated and condemned, admired and feared. It was a beauty that was pursued with passion and renounced with devotion. It was a beauty that was rooted in the body and transcended the body, the monastery and the court, the cathedral and the cottage. Each had its own vision of beauty, its own way of understanding the relationship between the body and the soul. The medieval world was not a world of simple answers. It was a world of complex questions, questions that were debated and discussed with an intensity that is difficult for the modern mind to fully grasp. The candle flickers, and the face in the mirror seems to shift, to change. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has revealed the ideals, the practices, the tensions, and the contradictions that shaped the medieval experience of appearance. But the journey is not yet complete. There are still territories to be explored, still stories to be told. The face in the mirror is waiting, patient and mysterious, its secrets slowly revealing themselves to those who have the patience to look. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The questions remain as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained? These are the questions that will guide the next part of the journey, the questions that will lead deeper into the heart of the medieval experience. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness. But in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The journey continues, and the path ahead is dark and uncertain. But it is a path that must be taken. The next part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the candle has been lit once more, its flame steady and unwavering. And in its light, the face in the mirror has taken on a new dimension, a new depth. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has traversed the courts and the cottages, the workshops and the fields, the monasteries and the cathedrals. It has examined the cosmetics and the clothing, the grooming and the grooming tools, the moral and theological tensions that surrounded the pursuit of physical perfection. But there is another world, a world that has been touched upon only in passing, a world that grew in importance as the centuries passed, and that ultimately transformed the very nature of medieval society. This is the world of the town, the city, the urban center, a world of merchants and artisans, of trade and commerce, of a new kind of beauty that was shaped by the forces of the market and the aspirations of a rising middle class. The medieval town was a place of constant activity, of noise and color, of the clatter of carts and the calls of vendors. Its streets were narrow and winding, lined with workshops and stalls, with houses that rose to 3 or 4 stories, their upper floors leaning out over the street as if to touch their neighbors. The air was thick with the smells of cooking and tanning, of smoke and sewage, of spices and perfumes. It was a world that was crowded and chaotic, but it was also a world of opportunity, a world in which a man or a woman could rise through skill and enterprise. The towns of the later Middle Ages were the engines of economic growth, the centers of a new kind of wealth that was based on trade and manufacture, rather than on land and lordship. And this new wealth brought with it new aspirations, new ideals, new ways of thinking about beauty. The burghers and merchants who dominated the towns were not nobles. They did not possess the ancient lineage, the hereditary titles, the traditional privileges of the aristocracy, but they did possess money. And in a world that was increasingly monetized, money was a source of power. The merchant who had grown wealthy through trade could afford to dress like a noble, to live like a noble, to aspire to the status of a noble. The artisan who had achieved a degree of prosperity could invest in better clothing, better housing, better education for his children. The towns were places of social mobility, places where the old hierarchies were challenged and the old certainties were questioned. And this social mobility had profound implications for the way that beauty was understood and valued. The beauty ideals of the urban middle class were not identical to those of the aristocracy. They were shaped by different values, different aspirations, different ways of life. The merchant valued practicality and efficiency. He needed clothing that was suitable for business, that allowed him to move freely and to present himself with dignity. The artisan valued skill and craftsmanship. He took pride in the quality of his work and the products of his hands. The urban woman, who often played an active role in the family business, valued clothing that was both attractive and functional, that allowed her to manage her household and her work while still appearing respectable and well-dressed. These were not the elaborate fashions of the court, but they were fashions nonetheless, expressions of identity and status that were rooted in the realities of urban life. The clothing of the urban middle class was often simpler than that of the aristocracy, but it was not without its own forms of elegance. The fabrics were of good quality, made from wool or linen that was spun and woven by skilled artisans. The colors were bright, achieved through the use of dyes that were increasingly available through trade. The styles were practical, designed for comfort and ease of movement, but they were also stylish, reflecting the latest fashions from the courts and the cities. The urban bourgeoisie, as one historian has noted, had their own sense of fashion, their own way of distinguishing themselves from the lower classes and from the aristocracy. They were not trying to be nobles. They were trying to be themselves, to express their own identity as a distinct social group with its own values and aspirations. The sumptuary laws that were enacted in many medieval cities were, in part, a response to this new social mobility. The laws were a tool on the part of states to regulate not only manufacturing systems and moral economies via the medium of expenditure and consumption of clothing, but also banquets, festivities, and funerals. They were designed to maintain the social order, to prevent people from dressing above their station, to ensure that clothing continued to be treated as an indicator of social class and occupation. The findings of scholars reveal the significance of sumptuary laws in medieval and early modern societies as a site of contestation between individuals and states, and how dress, as an expression, identity, developed as a modern human right. The laws were often difficult to enforce, and they were frequently violated. People wanted to dress above their station, to display the wealth and status that they aspired to. The laws were a form of social control, an attempt to hold back the tide of social mobility. But they were also a recognition of the power of fashion, a power that could not be easily contained. The sumptuary laws also reveal the relationship between clothing and morality. In many cases, these laws were justified on moral grounds. The wearing of expensive fabrics and elaborate jewelry was seen as a form of vanity, a sin that could lead to pride and luxury. The laws were an attempt to curb this sin, to to enforce a standard of modesty that was consistent with Christian teaching. But the laws were also, in practice, a way of reinforcing social hierarchy. The wealthy were allowed to wear expensive fabrics, the poor were not. The moral justification was often a cover for social control. The tension between the moral and the social was never fully resolved, and the sumptuary laws were often violated, often ignored. They were a testament to the power of fashion and to the difficulty of regulating human desire. The urban environment also had a significant impact on the practices of personal grooming and hygiene. The towns of the later Middle Ages were home to public bathhouses, which were frequented by people of all classes. These bathhouses were not merely places for washing. They were also places for socializing, for relaxing, for enjoying the pleasures of the body in a communal setting. The bathhouse was a place where men and women could cleanse themselves, but it was also a place where they could see and be seen, where they could display their bodies and their beauty. The bathhouse, like the market and the church, was a site of social interaction, a place where the ideals of beauty were performed and contested. The popularity of the bathhouses suggests that medieval people were not indifferent to cleanliness, that they valued the feeling of being clean and the social status that cleanliness conferred. The public bathhouses were also, however, sites of moral danger. The same church that condemned the pursuit of vanity also warned against the temptations of the bathhouse. The bathhouse was often associated with prostitution, with sexual license, with the loosening of moral restraints. The moralists who condemned the bathhouses were not simply Puritans. They were also concerned with the deeper spiritual implications of such places. The body was a temple of the Holy Spirit, and to expose it to the temptations of the bathhouse was to risk defilement. The tension between the desire for cleanliness and the fear of temptation was a constant feature of medieval culture, a source of anxiety that was never fully resolved. The urban environment also gave rise to new forms of beauty, new ways of adorning the body that were shaped by the availability of new materials and new technologies. The trade networks that connected the towns of Europe to the wider world brought a steady supply of exotic goods, silks from the East, spices from the Indies, precious stones from distant mines. These goods were expensive, but they were also increasingly available, and they transformed the way that people thought about beauty. The silk that was once the exclusive preserve of the aristocracy could now be bought by a wealthy merchant, a successful artisan. The spices that were once used only in the preparation of food could now be used in the preparation of perfumes. The precious stones that were once the symbols of royal power could now be worn by anyone who could afford them. The democratization of luxury was a slow process, but it was a process that was well underway in the later Middle Ages, and it had profound implications for the way that beauty was understood and valued. The new materials and new technologies also gave rise to new forms of artistic expression. The Gothic cathedrals that were built in the towns of Northern Europe were monuments to beauty, expressions of the belief that the worship of God should be accompanied by the highest forms of art and architecture. The stained glass, the sculpture, the painting, the music, all of these were forms of beauty that were offered to God as a gift. The towns were not just centers of commerce, they were also centers of culture, places where the arts flourished and where new forms of beauty were created. The beauty of the Gothic cathedral was a beauty that was accessible to all, a beauty that could be seen and felt by the humblest peasant as well as the wealthiest merchant. It was a beauty that was rooted in the community, a beauty that was a source of pride and identity for the townspeople who built it. The urban environment also gave rise to new forms of social interaction, new ways of seeing and being seen. The market, the fair, the festival, these were places where people gathered, where they displayed themselves and their possessions, where they competed for attention and admiration. The market was not just a place for buying and selling. It was also a place for performing identity, for showing the world who one was and what one valued. The clothes one wore, the way one walked, the way one spoke, these were all signals, all ways of communicating one's place in the social order. The market was a stage, and everyone was an actor. The pursuit of beauty was, in this context, a form of performance, a way of claiming a place in the social hierarchy. The urban environment also gave rise to new forms of literature, new ways of imagining beauty. The poetry of the troubadours, the romances of the courtly tradition, the sermons of the moralists, all of these were shaped by the urban context in which they were produced and consumed. The towns were centers of literacy, of education, of the circulation of ideas. The poems and the romances that were written in the towns were often read aloud, performed in the streets and the squares, heard by audiences that were far more diverse than the audiences of the court. The ideals of beauty that were expressed in these works were not the exclusive preserve of the aristocracy. They were shared, debated, and contested by people of all classes. The urban environment was a crucible of ideas, a place where the old certainties were challenged and the new possibilities were explored. The urban environment also gave rise to new forms of economic activity, new ways of making a living from the pursuit of beauty. The craftsmen who made the cosmetics and the perfumes, the fabrics and the jewelry, the combs and the mirrors, these were not just artisans, they were entrepreneurs, people who had found a way to profit from the human desire for beauty. The trade in beauty products was a significant industry, one that employed thousands of people and generated considerable wealth. The guilds that regulated these trades were powerful institutions, capable of enforcing standards and protecting their members' interests. The pursuit of beauty was not just a personal matter, it was also an economic matter, a driver of growth and innovation. The new forms of economic activity also gave rise to new forms of social organization. The guilds that regulated the trades were not just economic institutions. They were also social institutions, places where people could form networks, build reputations, and assert their place in the community. The guilds had their own rituals, their own festivals, their own ways of celebrating beauty. The guild hall was a place where the members of the guild could display their wealth and their status, where they could compete for the admiration of their peers. The guilds were a microcosm of the larger society, a reflection of the same aspirations and anxieties that shaped the pursuit of beauty in the wider world. The night is deepening, and the candle is burning low. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. But the questions remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did it mean to be beautiful in the medieval world? What did it feel like to strive for an ideal that was always just out of reach? What did it cost, in time and money, in hope and despair, to pursue a beauty that could never be fully attained? These are the questions that will guide the final part of the journey, the questions that will lead to the conclusion of this long exploration. The body, it seems, is only the beginning. The soul, the spirit, the inner life, these are the territories that lie beyond the surface, the territories that have been explored in depth throughout this series. But there is one more territory to be explored, one more dimension of medieval beauty that has not yet been fully examined. This is the territory of change, of the transformation that occurred at the end of the medieval period, when the old certainties began to crumble and the modern world began to take shape. The candle gutters and dies. The room is plunged into darkness, but in the darkness, there is a new light, a light that comes from within, a light that illuminates the hidden places of the medieval soul. The investigation into medieval beauty is far from over. It is, in fact, only just beginning to touch the surface of a world that is as complex and as contradictory as the human heart itself. The face in the mirror has changed, but the questions remain the same. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers are waiting, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The journey continues, and the final part of the story is already beginning to take shape. Somewhere in the quiet hours of the night, in the flickering light of a candle that has not yet gone out, the path ahead is dark and uncertain, but it is a path that must be taken. The conclusion of the journey is near, and with it, the final revelations of the medieval world of beauty. The candle has been lit for the final time. Its flame, steady and unwavering, casts a warm glow upon the face in the mirror, a face that has journeyed through centuries, through courts and cottages, through monasteries and marketplaces, through the changing fashions and the enduring ideals of a world that is now lost to time. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has been long and winding, a passage through the physical and the spiritual, the personal and the social, the practical and the symbolic. It has revealed a world of complexity and contradiction, a world in which beauty was both celebrated and condemned, pursued with passion and renounced with devotion. And now, as the journey draws to its close, there remains only the final chapter, the chapter that tells of the transformation that occurred at the end of the medieval period, when the old certainties began to crumble and the modern world began to take shape. The late Middle Ages, the period from the 14th to the 15th centuries, was a time of profound change. The great famines and the Black Death had devastated the population of Europe, upending social structures and creating new opportunities for those who survived. The old feudal order, with its rigid hierarchies and its fixed roles, was giving way to something new, something more fluid and more dynamic. The towns were growing, the merchant class was rising, and the power of the church was being challenged by new movements of reform and dissent. The world was becoming more complex, more diverse, more contested. And in this world of change, the ideals of beauty were also changing, evolving in response to the new realities of the age. The beauty ideals of the late Middle Ages were shaped by the same forces that were reshaping society as a whole: the growing wealth of the urban middle class, the increasing availability of luxury goods, the spread of literacy and education, the influence of new artistic movements. All of these contributed to a new vision of beauty that was different from the visions of the earlier centuries. The elaborate fashions of the court, the austere simplicity of the monastery, the practical elegance of the merchant, these were all still present, but they were being transformed, blended, and reimagined in ways that reflected the changing times. One of the most significant changes was the growing emphasis on individuality. The medieval world had been a world of types, of categories, of fixed roles. The knight, the monk, the peasant, the burgher each had their place, their prescribed appearance, their expected behavior. But in the late Middle Ages, this began to change. The rise of humanism, the new interest in the classical world, the growing importance of the individual as a subject of art and literature, all of these contributed to a new emphasis on the unique, the particular, the personal. The face in the mirror was no longer just a representative of a type. It was a particular face with its own history, its own character, its own beauty. The portraits of the late medieval period reflect this change. They are no longer generic images, but specific individuals with their own features, their own expressions, their own presence. This new emphasis on individuality was also reflected in the fashions of the period. The clothing of the late Middle Ages became more varied, more expressive, more personalized. The styles that had once been the exclusive preserve of the aristocracy were now being adopted and adapted by people of all classes. The sumptuary laws, which had tried to regulate this process, were increasingly difficult to enforce. People wanted to express themselves, to assert their identity, to stand out from the crowd. The fashions of the period reflect this desire for self-expression. They are more diverse, more innovative, more creative than the fashions of the earlier centuries. The art of the late Middle Ages also reflects this new emphasis on individuality. The paintings of the period, particularly those of the Northern Renaissance, are remarkable for their attention to detail, their focus on the specific, their celebration of the particular. The faces in these paintings are not idealized types. They are real faces, with all their imperfections and peculiarities. The artists of the period were interested in the texture of skin, the glint of light in the eye, the subtle play of expression across the features. They were painting the world as they saw it, not as they imagined it should be. This shift in artistic sensibility was part of a broader cultural movement, a movement that was redefining the relationship between the human and the divine, the individual and the community, the physical and the spiritual. The new emphasis on individuality was also reflected in the literature of the period. The great poets of the late Middle Ages, such as Dante, Petrarch, and Chaucer, wrote about individuals, about their loves and their losses, their hopes and their fears, their struggles and their triumphs. The characters in their works are not types. They are particular people with their own voices, their own perspectives, their own desires. The beauty that is described in these works is not an abstract ideal, but a concrete reality, a beauty that is rooted in the particularities of the human condition. This was a profound change, a shift from the universal to the particular, from the eternal to the temporal, from the divine to the human. The late Middle Ages also saw significant changes in the practice of personal grooming and hygiene. The public bathhouses, which had been so popular in the earlier centuries, began to decline in popularity, replaced by more private forms of bathing. The reasons for this decline are complex, but they include the spread of syphilis, the growing association of bathhouses with prostitution, and the increasing emphasis on privacy and modesty. The bath was no longer a communal activity. It was a private one, a ritual that took place within the home. The equipment used for bathing became more elaborate, with wooden tubs and heated water replacing the simpler arrangements of the earlier centuries. The rituals of grooming also became more private, more personal, more intimate. The face in the mirror was no longer a public spectacle. It was a private reflection, a focus of individual attention. The late Middle Ages also saw significant changes in the use of cosmetics. The recipes for cosmetics that have survived from this period are more numerous and more sophisticated than those of the earlier centuries. The ingredients were more varied, the techniques more refined. The use of cosmetics was no longer confined to the wealthy. It was increasingly accessible to people of all classes. The market for cosmetics was growing, and the craftsmen who made them were becoming more skilled and more specialized. The pursuit of beauty was becoming a consumer activity, a part of the growing economy of the towns and cities. The moral critique of cosmetics, however, did not disappear. The same tensions that had existed in the earlier centuries continued to exist in the late Middle Ages. The moralists still condemned the use of cosmetics as a form of vanity, a deception that could lead to sin. The reformers still warned against the dangers of pride and luxury, but the voice of the moralists was becoming less dominant, less authoritative. The growing emphasis on individuality, on self-expression, on the pleasures of the body was challenging the old certainties. The pursuit of beauty was no longer a transgression. It was becoming a right, a part of the human condition that could not be denied. The late Middle Ages also saw significant changes in the relationship between beauty and religion. The Reformation, which began in the early 16th century, challenged the authority of the Catholic Church and its teachings on many subjects, including the nature of beauty. The reformers rejected the elaborate imagery, the sumptuous vestments, the ornate rituals of the medieval church. They called for a simpler, more austere form of worship, a form of worship that was focused on the Word of God, rather than on the visual and sensory experiences that had been so central to medieval piety. The beauty of the medieval church, with its stained glass and its sculpture, its music and its incense, was condemned as a distraction, a form of idolatry. The reformers sought to purify the church, to strip away the beauty that they saw as a corruption. This was a profound change, a rejection of the medieval aesthetic that had shaped the culture of Europe for centuries. The Reformation also had significant implications for the way that people thought about their own bodies. The reformers emphasized the importance of the individual conscience, the direct relationship between the believer and God. The body was still seen as a source of temptation, but it was also seen as a gift from God, a vessel that deserved to be treated with respect. The ideal of the middle way, the balance between vanity and neglect, remained important, but it was reinterpreted in light of the new emphasis on individual responsibility. The care of the body was no longer just a matter of social convention. It was a matter of personal conscience, a way of honoring God through the stewardship of His creation. The late Middle Ages also saw the beginning of a new era of global exploration and cultural exchange. The voyages of Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and other explorers opened up new worlds, new cultures, new ways of thinking about beauty. The encounter with the peoples of Africa, Asia, and the Americas challenged the assumptions of European culture, forcing Europeans to confront the fact that their own ideals were not universal, that there were other ways of being beautiful, other ways of adorning the body, other ways of understanding the relationship between the physical and the spiritual. The beauty of the medieval world was no longer the only beauty. It was becoming one beauty among many, a particular expression of a particular culture in a particular time. The face in the mirror, as it has been seen throughout this journey, is not a single face, but many faces, a succession of images that reflect the changing ideals of a changing world. The medieval world was not a world of simple answers. It was a world of complex questions, questions that were debated and discussed with an intensity that is difficult for the modern mind to fully grasp. The beauty of the medieval world was a beauty of contradictions, a beauty that was celebrated and condemned, admired and feared, pursued with passion and renounced with devotion. It was a beauty that was rooted in the body and transcended the body, a beauty that was shaped by the forces of society and the aspirations of the individual, a beauty that was always in motion, always evolving, always becoming something new. The journey through the medieval world of beauty has been a journey through time, a passage through the centuries that have shaped our own understanding of beauty and its place in human life. The ideals that were cherished in the Middle Ages, the pale skin, the golden hair, the slender form, the graceful limbs, are not our ideals, not entirely. The practices that were followed, the cosmetics, the grooming, the elaborate fashions, are not our practices, not exactly, but the desire that motivated them, the longing to be seen, to be admired, to be beautiful. That desire is ours, as much as it was theirs. It is a desire that is rooted in the human condition, a desire that connects us across the centuries to the people who lived and loved and hoped in the medieval world. The candle flickers, its flame dancing in the darkness. The face in the mirror is fading, becoming a ghost in the dim light. The journey is coming to an end, but the questions that were raised at the beginning remain, as persistent as the darkness. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? What did that beauty mean to them? The answers, as we have discovered, are not simple. They are layered with meaning, entangled with questions of status and morality, of religion and culture, of power and desire. The beautiful person in the medieval world was not just a person with a pleasing face. They were a person who embodied the values of their society, who reflected the ideals of their time, who occupied a particular place in the social order. To be beautiful was to be seen, to be recognized, to be valued. And and to be seen as beautiful was to participate in a complex system of signs and symbols that gave meaning to the medieval world. The medieval world is gone, its castles in ruins, its cathedrals silent, its people long since turned to dust. But the questions that it raised, the ideals that it cherished, the desires that it pursued, these have not disappeared. They have been passed down through the centuries, transformed and reinterpreted, but never fully abandoned. The face in the mirror that we see today is not the same face that was seen in the medieval world, but the longing that gazes back at us from that reflection is the same longing that gazed back at our ancestors, the same longing that will gaze back at our descendants. It is a longing that transcends time, a longing that connects us to the past and to the future, a longing that is as enduring as the human heart itself. The candle gutters and dies. The flame flickers one last time and then is gone. The room is plunged into darkness, but the darkness is not empty. It is filled with the echoes of the journey that has been taken, the faces that have been seen, the stories that have been told. The investigation into medieval beauty is complete, but the questions that it has raised will continue to echo long after the candle has gone out. What did they see, those medieval people, when they looked upon a beautiful body? And what did that beauty mean to them? The answers, like the faces in the mirror, are many, varied, and always changing. But the questions themselves are eternal, as enduring as the human desire to be seen, to be admired, to be beautiful. The night deepens, and the silence is absolute. But in the silence, there is a sense of completion, a sense of peace. The journey has ended, and the traveler can rest. The face in the mirror has faded, but it will return, as it always has, as it always will. For the beauty that was sought in the medieval world is not a beauty that can be confined to any one time or place. It is a beauty that is always being sought, always being defined, always being reimagined. It is a beauty that is as old as humanity and as new as the dawn, and it is a beauty that will continue to be pursued. As long as there are faces to look upon and mirrors to reflect them, the candle may have gone out, but the quest for beauty continues, a quest that is as endless as the night and as luminous as the stars that shine beyond it.